Testing, 1, 2. Can you hear that? Everybody hear that? Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first session of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee for 2026. Happy New Year to everybody. As is our custom, we'll start our meeting this morning by asking everyone to rise and join Representative Notter as she leads us in the pledge. So here we are again in a new location, but with the same task at hand to hear and deliberate on bills assigned to this committee. This morning, however, we're going to hear some presentations because part of our job as members of this committee is to oversee the Department of Energy and other regulators in the state. And so we will hear this morning from the Department of Energy, and after lunch today, we will hear from ISO New England, and then we'll close our day with a presentation from the Public Utilities Commission. But before we start all that, I want to set the stage for the coming year. There's a lot of information that members should have access to be aware of as we start the year. First of all, I'd like to address the fact that this room seems to be very warm. I've also already spoken to the facilities folks here. Apparently, the heat in this building is centrally controlled, and it is under the control of computers, and it may not be possible to adjust the temperature in an individual room. And there are no windows to open, so I have already spoken to facilities about the fact that it seems to be a little overly warm in this room, and they said they would take that information under advisement. There's no guarantee that they will, however, do anything about it. So I just wanted to let you know about that right off the bat. Yes, Representative Swanson.
Motion, Mr. Chair, that unless one is testifying that an outer jacket be optional for wear, given the warmth that we have in here to avoid excessive discomfort.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded that we allow gentlemen to remove their jackets when they're not testifying, and ladies too. Legislators. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. All right, let's set the stage a little bit about the session we have upcoming. The House by itself has 892 bills filed for 2026. It's going to be an extremely busy session. We have 36 bills assigned to this committee, which is actually just around our average workload, maybe a little bit more, but not much more. But the full House itself has a huge workload. This building is going to be extremely busy throughout the course of the year. 24% of those 892 bills are early bills. And the deadline for early bills is February 12th. So that means that all bills have to be out of committee and on the House floor by February 12th. at this moment, this exact moment in time, I do not know exactly how many of our bills are early bills, but I'll have that information by noon today. I've looked through all of our bills. There are quite a few that have a -FN designation. That doesn't mean they'll be early bills, but does mean that there are some financial concerns about the bill. So we have been advised by the Speaker of the House, because of the heavy workload this year, to exec early and exec often, as he said. So we will be doing that. I have not scheduled any executive sessions as of yet. We don't start hearing bills until tomorrow. So we will hear our first 4 bills tomorrow. But expect that we will be having executive sessions on a weekly basis, especially through February 12th, to make sure that we get all the early bills out of the way. Yes, Representative Ploget. Oh, before I recognize you, I should inform the committee that Representative Ploget is back on the committee and that Representative Brezhny has exited the committee. He's still in the House, but his schedule prevents him from attending these meetings, so he asked to be removed from the committee. And Representative Ploget is now taking that spot on the committee. So welcome back, Tom. And now I recognize Representative Ploget. You do need to use the microphones because these meetings are streamed over the internet. And if the microphone is not on, then whatever you're saying probably can't be heard by the folks watching at home.
Maybe I should keep it off then. No, Chair, you mentioned executive session. Is that the only notice we'll be getting as a committee that a bill will be exec? Or will you give us a heads up when you're planning?
I
to
will
exec?
list the bills that are going to be exec in the calendar, except we always provide in the calendar the ability to have an executive session at any time. And I will be consulting with Representative McGee, and if she's agreeable, then we may call an executive session at any time if we agree on the disposition of a bill to get it out of the way. We may have some unannounced or unnoticed executive sessions that do occur. I wouldn't expect there would be a lot of those, but there may be a few. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay. All right, a note about this building. This building is run by the Department of Administrative Services. They, I guess, are in charge of the building and they manage how it operates. And they have said that all meetings in this building need to end by 5 o'clock. Since we only meet Mondays and Tuesdays, that means we probably should start at 9 o'clock most days in order to make sure that we can get out of here by 5 o'clock. There's a quirk to the building in that the doors to the building are on an automatic system. They lock and unlock automatically. And the doors in this building lock every day at 4:30. So if you're in a hearing that started at 4 and you realize at 4:35 that you need something from the car and you run out to the car to get it, you will not be able to get back in the building unless you have a card, and they're not issuing cards to individual members. So you'll have to make arrangements with the officer out front to get him to use his card to let you back into the building if you leave after 4:30. I think you may be able to get into the front entrance, but if you go out the back way, that means you have to walk around the building to get back in. So just be aware of that. Now, there have been some staff changes in the House Committee Services staff. As you're all aware, we have two House Committee Services staff members. We have committee research folks, and then we have committee admin folks. The researchers provide historical and comparative data, research on subject matters, legislative history, comparisons with laws from other states, legal and fiscal analysis, information on administrative rules, detailed side-by-side comparisons of House and Senate bill versions, etc. And the admins provide more clerical and administrative support, like typing up minutes, committee reports and forms, answering telephones, relaying messages, scheduling all committee meetings, including public hearings, subcommittee work sessions, and executive sessions. They assist the committee clerk in maintaining all the committee bill files, etc. So the committee researcher assigned to our committee is Davis Allen. This is the same gentleman who was assigned to the committee last year. And all of the committee researchers, I'll remind you, are assigned to multiple committees. So Davis Allen, in addition to being assigned to our committee, is assigned to election law, labor, industrial, and rehabilitative services, and state federal relations and veterans affairs. So he will be in our committee room often, but not continuously, because he will be moving back and forth. If other committees are in session at the same time as our committee, he'll be moving back and forth from committee to committee to make sure that he knows what's going on in the committee and is available to help them if they have any help requirements. Now, there are some new administrative support staff folks. You may see them in the hallways or when you go to visit our own community administrator, who is Robin Bach. She was our administrator last year. Robin does a fantastic job, and I'm really pleased to have her be our administrator again this year. There was, during the summer, some question about whether she would be our committee admin. And they finally decided in the fall that she would be. So I'm very pleased with that decision. There are a couple of new folks. Cassidy Jones, I think, is new, and Sarah Pedraza may be new. Karen Gekas is also new. So there are some new folks on staff this year, but I also have a staff directory that shows where everybody is located. And if anybody needs to get in touch with one of the admin staff or committee researchers, let me know. I can help you find those folks. Also, if you need to know where the other committees of the House are meeting, I have a directory of all those. And if you need that information, you could see me. I could read it off to you now if you would like me to do that.
It's in the calendar.
Okay. I think everybody can find where everything is located. All right. So that's staff issues. Now, this is an issue that came up in a leadership meeting that is extremely important this year. 2026 is not a budget year. The budget was passed in 2025 and it's final. We know how much money the state of New Hampshire has to spend in 2026. If there is a bill that has an FN on it and it plans to spend money, the Speaker has advised us that the only path forward for that bill would be ITL. possibly IS. Or the bill could be modified so that it no longer spends money. That could be done theoretically, but of course, that's always a problem. Representative McGee?
Could it also be that it would have to have an associated funding source?
It could be changed. If someone could come up with a funding source, it could be changed. Yes.
And follow up, the other possibility with an FN is if there are any economic impacts locally, right? Sometimes it's not something where the legislature has to come up with money in order for the bill to go forward. So that might be another unique situation where the bill wouldn't have to be ITL.
But the bottom line is, if it spends money, particularly money from the budget, there just isn't any. You know, in past years, we've had budget surpluses, and a certain amount of FN bills actually did get passed and could be funded by the governor at her discretion. But that's not the case this year because there just isn't likely to be any surplus. Representative Swanson?
So relative to the effective date of a bill, so there's sort of a window in which there's no way to pass a bill that would require funding during the current budget cycle. And does that imply that one couldn't even pass a bill that, say, would be effective in 2027 because it wouldn't be until the spring of 2027 that a bill, a budget would be passed?
The common tactic used to get around the funding that's in a bill that there is no money for is to just move it out to another year. The problem with that idea is that it is impossible for this legislature to encumber a future legislature. Past experience shows us that future legislatures will just ignore bills that spend money that they don't want to spend money on. They may appropriate $1, but beyond that, they just won't do it if they don't want to do it. So it's not a good idea for this legislature to attempt to encumber a future legislature as far as spending is concerned. Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, so I just want to make sure everybody's clear about that we're going to be very hard on FN bills that seek to spend money. I want to reaffirm for everyone's understanding that calendar reports can have both an OTPA recommendation from the majority and the minority. And the only requirement is that the amendment numbers must be included in the committee report. So it would be possible for a bill to come out of this committee, OTPA, with two different amendment suggestions. That has actually always been possible, but it's been unclear in the past about whether that could be done or not. I just wanted to clarify that that can be done. And so keep that in mind as we move through the bills that we're going to be dealing with this year. Another thing about calendar reports that the clerk of the House and the Speaker both emphasized in a recent leadership meeting, reports must contain facts. If there is some text in a calendar report that is not factual, but is instead an opinion of the writer, then that must be clearly stated with a disclaimer. For example, text that says, the minority believes whatever. That would be an acceptable way to put an opinion in a calendar report. But beyond that, reports should just contain facts, known facts about the issue. Another area that's been somewhat murky in the past is length of time for testimony. if I get 30 pink cards on a bill, I'm going to immediately impose a time limit on people testifying, and that includes the bill's sponsor. We've been told that we need to be, that if we're going to impose time limits, we need to be consistent and fair to everyone. So if we impose time limits, say 3 minutes or 4 minutes, it's going to be for everyone, including the bill sponsor. As you know, in 2024, I believe it was, we passed, or maybe it was last year, we passed new rules about recusals for legislators and conflicts of interest for legislators. And those recusals and those guidelines are not just for the House floor. They include committees. So it may be occasionally necessary for someone to recuse themselves from voting on a bill in this committee. So keep that in mind. I will be occasionally questioning folks here if I think there's a potential conflict of interest. So be prepared to respond to that if that happens. There will be times when myself and or Vice Chair Thomas, who is not here yet this morning because he's dealing with some medical issues, there may be times when both he and I are out. So I just wanted to make clear that the hierarchy for running the meetings will be JD Representative Bernardi, the clerk, will be first in line. Representative Notter will be second in line to run the committee if Vice Chair Thomas and I are absent. And then third in line would be Representative Harrington, who also is not here today because he's somewhere in the Caribbean. So those are the announcements I wanted to make to bring everybody up to date on how things are going to operate this year. And we can now move on to our presentations for the day if there are no questions from the committee. Representative Mattson?
I was just wondering, does the 4 minutes include question and answers?
Include what?
Questions and answers?
No, that's just for the testimony. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, I would like to welcome the Department of Energy to make a presentation to us. And I've asked the department to cover a few specific areas this morning, including the progress on their investigation and the development of rules for interconnections to the grid. And as I look out at the screen to our left, which can't be seen by folks at home, can only be seen by members of the committee, can't even really be seen by folks sitting in the back of the room. I see that Mr. Elliott and Ms. Stone are here from the department and will be a tag team to present to us. So I'd like to turn the floor over to you folks and say, welcome. It's nice to see you again.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, Josh Elliott, Director of the Division of Policy and Programs with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. So happy to be here and Happy New Year. Interesting being in a different place. This is my first trial run here at Granite Place. So it's a interesting building. I can certainly empathize with not being able to control the heat or cooling in a particular space. We run into that problem with the Walker Building as well. So it's beyond our control. As the chairman mentioned, I'm going to talk about 4 different topics today at the request. The latest update on the Grid Mod Advisory Group. As the chairman mentioned, an update of where we are on the rules process for both net metering and interconnections. An update on the state energy strategy, which was released a couple of weeks ago, and then an update on the variety of federal funds that the department is managing through US DOE, or from US DOE, I should say. The way that I have the presentation structure is probably going to take a little bit over an hour to get through everything. So if there's something that I have said that has confused you, or I've used an acronym without explaining what I'm talking about, please just flag me down and I'll stop and answer the question. But if you have a broader sort of question that elicits more discussion, I ask to wait to the end just to make sure I can get through everything today. And for the representatives who are on my sides here, I can't quite see in my peripheral vision, so feel free to just wave a lot if you have a question just to catch my attention. So don't be shy about that. Obviously, I defer to the chair about questions.
Yes, all questions go through the chair, so it's not necessary for you to recognize someone to ask a question. I will recognize people to ask questions.
Perfect. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
So with that, I'm going to start with an update on the Grid Mod Advisory Group, or GMAG. Just by way of background, this is a group that's set in statute to review and do some analysis on a couple of different topics, usually broader topics. There's a variety of members who are all appointed by statute, so it includes the department, representatives of the investor-owned utilities, so Liberty, Unitil, and Eversource, New Hampshire Electric Co-op, of course, the Office of Consumer Advocate, as well as a couple of other private sector stakeholders. So as you may recall, there were two bills last session that made some changes to how to the duties of the GMAG and where it lived, for lack of a better way of putting it, within the department. So House Bill 628, among a couple of other things that the bill did, was move the Grid Mod Advisory Group, rather than sort of this attachment to the department, moved it within the Office of Energy Innovation. I know some of you have been engaging with our colleague Tom Barrasso, who heads up that office, in addition to a couple of other duties that that office undertakes, including investigations and some nuclear duties as well. So that actual statutory change did not become effective until late fall. So that has now moved over into the Office of Energy Innovation. Senate Bill 233, also from last year, added a couple of duties within the Grid Mod Advisory Group to look at energy storage. In particular, there are 3 additional duties that were added there. Just to give you a status update of where we are, the team was very busy with a number of investigations or reports that need to be issued by the end of the calendar year. They are working now. All of the appointments have been made. There were a few vacancies that were on the Grid Mod Advisory Group. Those appointments have been made. Scheduling is underway. Obviously, you can imagine a large group of folks like that. To get the first meeting is a bit tricky with competing schedules, but they're looking in early February to get that kicked off. And the energy storage piece will be at the top of their agenda to begin reviewing.
Representative McGee?
I just have a question around the appointments. Can you tell us who's appointed? Are there people from this committee or?
Oh, sure. Yes. So there's a couple of appointments that the commissioner of the agency makes, and there are others, for example, the investor-owned utilities or the co-op, they each get a member that they appoint themselves. And then the Office of Consumer Advocate the same way, and I believe the appointments for the department are a representative of the department as well as a stakeholder who is involved in aggregation, and then someone who is involved as sort of on the developer side of these different technology types.
So the appointments are agencies and organizations and not reps?
Correct. Yes. If there is an interest in participating in the meetings, please let me know or let Tom Barrasso know directly, and we can make sure that you're on the distribution list of when meetings are scheduled. They are public meetings, so the public is more than welcome to attend. They'll be noticed on the the Department of Energy's website, but if you want to be on the service list, for lack of a better way of putting it, certainly let either me know or Tom Barrasso know. We can make sure you're included. So the rules update. So you may be familiar with, if you've ever had to serve time on GELCAR. I know the Senate, more people have to cycle through that than in the House. I know probably your colleagues on ED&A probably worry more about GELCAR, get appointed to GELCAR than other committees that are different statutory oversights. So the rules, just in a nutshell, essentially, if you think of the framework of how a law exists, right? There's a lot of details that you as legislators do not spell out in terms of literally everything down to the font size on forms and the exact process that something would have to go through. And, rather than have you all or the legislative process try to figure out all those nitty-gritty details. It's deferred to the state agencies to fill out, basically figure out all those little nitty-gritty little details that go into a particular policy area. Those are then reviewed by your colleagues on GELCAR. So there's still a legislative review to make sure that, yes, actually what you've done proposed in rules, because once they're adopted as rules, have the full force and effect of law, meet the statutory constructs and the statutory requirements in that, as a state agency, we're not requiring something in rules that we don't have the clear statutory authority to do. So the rules process, as you've heard frequently about either interconnections or net metering, the topics have been split up. So I'm going to talk about the 900 rules, which govern net metering specifically, and then the 1,000 rules, which govern interconnection. So the 900 rules, as you recall, the Department of Energy was created in 2021 by a reorganization between the PUC and a couple of other entities. There was a rule set that existed that the PUC had, and of course the division of the statutory authorities within the state law. There were bits and pieces of the rules that went to different agencies. Some the PUC held on to, some were clearly within the purview of the department, and others are more complicated because you have to sort of draw a line, down the middle to try to figure out who's doing what. Luckily, the EN 900 rules were very clearly within the department's purview in terms of governing how net metering works. That's clearly the statutory authority that has been invested with the department. We're also fortunate in that there was an existing rule set to begin with, right? There was an existing PUC 900 rule set. We were able to go through those updates. The legislature has made a lot of changes to those sections of statutes into RSA 362A. So there were a number of updates that needed to go into that process. So the typical way that these work, there's a draft rule set, there's multiple rounds of stakeholder engagement, multiple meetings, technical sessions to sort of dive down into those nitty-gritty details. Public hearings were held in December. Public comments were also received through that period. So I'm happy to say that there's sort of a general consensus overall in terms of the updates and meeting the new statutory requirements. There's a couple of minor areas of disagreement the department is sort of sorting through, but generally speaking, I don't want to speak for either the utilities or the folks from industry, but I think the general consensus is that there's a general consensus on this rule set and that there's everyone's sort of happy with what was received.
Representative McGee?
Mr. Chair. So I just have a question as to, in the rulemaking process, did you guys identify the goals of net metering for the state of New Hampshire or what you were trying to achieve in undertaking the rules effort?
Yes, so less so because there's the statutory construction that already exists, and less to say, okay, we have let me try to think of how to phrase this. Rules are not where you set policy, you implement policy, right? You're not trying to change policy through rules. You're trying to implement what has been set by the legislature in a way that works, that's actually workable, right? It's actually going to function, recognizing either the requirements of the utilities or the requirements of the other stakeholders within sort of the process itself. But the rules are a reflection of the statute, which is itself a reflection of the policy set by the legislature. I will say as an agency, our sort of the policy, if you will, for a lack of a better way of putting it, sort of behind the scenes, is we want these things to work. We want them to be clear. We want them to be understandable. We want there to be clear lanes and clear rules of the road so everybody who's operating in this area understands and knows what the rules are, basically, for a lack of a better way of putting it.
Representative Kaplan, remember, these are just clarification questions. We're going to have broad questions at the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott, for taking my question. Could you just quickly mention what the minor areas of disagreement entail? What are those areas?
Yeah, so I apologize. There are some sort of like very small nitty gritty in terms of like timing and those types of deadline kind of things that are built in. I will say I am not an expert on this. I was actually traveling last week on state business. So I know there have been updates since, and I have not gotten a chance to review all the comments that have come in on this. So I apologize for that because I was back in state on late Friday afternoon and we're here on Tuesday. But there's more details about in the next rule set in terms of where there's areas of disagreement. Okay. And just for context, we're looking to deliver this rule set for approval at GELCAR in late April. So just give you a sense of timing. Late April, yes, late April of 26. So yes, of this year, not next year, late April of this year. So the 1,000 rules, this was a rule set that governs the actual interconnection process. And I know this has been a particularly sticking point for a lot of developers in terms of clear rules of the road, differences between different utility service territories. There's been a lot of, this can be a stumbling block for a lot of projects where if there's clarity here, it certainly helps a lot to figure out quickly, is this project viable or is this project not viable? Thankfully, again, there was some consensus overall. There's a couple of areas of disagreement in terms of where the rule set will go. One of the big ones is about the nameplate capacity factor of, factor of the facilities that are seeking interconnection, where these rules go up to in terms of application. So essentially, the position of the department is that, or at least currently, is that the rules currently just allow us to go up to 5 megawatts. The stakeholders, including utilities and industry, believe that we have authority that goes further from that. We're still reviewing those comments to figure out if there's a way that we can accommodate both pieces there. There's also a question about the fee approval process in terms of if a utility decides, imposes a fee as part of the interconnection process, who actually has the statutory authority to impose a fee? Is it the Public Utilities Commission because they're customers of the utility and they have the authority over rates and fees and tariffs, which is all included within the tariff? Or is it the Department of Energy because we have oversight over interconnection? So there's some ambiguities between both of those that there has been feedback that has been given by the stakeholders. The department is in the process of reviewing all of those comments and to present a final set before they go to JOCAR.
Are those stakeholder comments available on the department website somewhere?
Yes, they are. So they are on our proceedings page. So we have, or within the rules, if you go down and look for EN 900 or EN 1000, you can see them. I believe they have all been posted at this point. The hearings were in the middle of December.
Representative Corman?
Thank you. And this is actually a clarification question. So I just want to understand, the utilities are suggesting that the interconnection rules should apply to more than 5 megawatt nameplate. Is that the correct understanding?
Yes, the utilities and stakeholders, there was a joint letter from everybody basically saying, no, department, you actually do have this authority.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Reynolds?
Mr. Chairman, are you able to say anything about progress resolution on one of the biggest sticking points, I think, in these rules from the perspective of developers has been the sort of, from their perspective again, arbitrariness and opaqueness of the costs of interconnection?
I believe those are in part addressed in the rules. I'm going to turn to Meg to see if she can maybe get clarification from somebody back at the agency, and we can follow up with you on that before the end of today. But I know, for example, the addition of hosting capacity maps, I know, has been a big help in terms of figuring out, okay, that's sort of an initial screening of, okay, is this place even possible to put something, or is there require some more, investigation as to whether or not it's a viable location. So I will say,
Representative Kaplan?
Just to clarify, you might be about to mention this, I don't know. Do you have a timeline for when you're going to finalize these recommendations? Because it's been a years-long process at this point.
yes, so so this rule set, the plan is also for late April. So the idea that both of these rule sets will go together. They're intertwined, so you really can't do one without the other. There's a lot of, I can imagine, with net metering and interconnection, there's a lot of overlap between those two sets. I will say, for the EN 1000 rules in particular, we were starting from the ground up. There are model rule sets that are out there that exist. I think as a lot of you, IREC is one in particular that, it's sort of like it's probably the analogous thing here for this committee is model legislation, right? There might be model legislation that exists and sometimes you'll see it come through and it's, oh, this makes no sense within the New Hampshire confines or how our statutory construction works or how we refer to things or definitions and things like that. So there's a lot of work that goes into sort of using that as a base, not just a sort of wholesale application of just put it in as it exists. I will say, I think probably many of you remember when I was sitting here saying, exhorting the stakeholders, say, hey, start meeting now because there's no way we can pull this off. We were able to pull this off in the timeline set by this committee because we had an outside facilitator at no cost to the state who is helping us with this. This is in terms of getting through and sorting through all these things. This is, I know it sounds like it takes a very long time to get it right, but it's because once they're set in rule, it's a very long process in order to change them. I will say, because it is a brand new rule set, there's an expectation among everybody who has been involved, the department, the utilities and other stakeholders, that there will need to be changes and tweaks to these rules once we sort of see how they operate out in the real world, right? And you can't anticipate every single sort of bump or tripping hazard that sort of comes along the way. So there will be some updates at some point in the near
So I
future.
have a question about that. The rules process is pretty, it's specified in RSA 541-A, I believe it is.
Yep.
And it's a fairly, changing rules is a fairly lengthy and complicated process. So if there's an expectation that these rules will need to be refined and tweaked in the future, then what is the expectation as to when a solid interconnection process will finally be available so that developers and utilities alike can know what's going to happen here?
No, and I will say there's, and by refinements and tweaks, I mean sort of minor refinements and tweaks, not okay, we haven't gotten there, we should just throw out the whole rule set. I think these are, minor things if you're saying, building this building, right, or refitting this building, right, there are going to be small things like, hey, we can't change the heat in this room, or we can't change the temperature in this room. Sort of small things like that, right? The building's still here, it still functions, you have electricity, you can, we're having this meeting right now, but there are going to be small things like that, that until you're actually in the room, actually using it, operating it for hearing, seeing how everything works and where placement of everything is, that there's no way to really find those things out until you actually take it for a test drive. I apologize, I'm mixing metaphors all over the place here, but until you're actually doing it. The other requirement is, right, as the statutory requirement is the bill that passed, it had a 15-month deadline, right? There were some issues we weren't able to completely resolve, but in the interest of time and making sure that we had met that statutory requirement of that 15 months, that some things just had to get left aside in order to get it across to the finish line.
Thank you.
So, state energy strategy. So moving to the state energy strategy. So this was our state energy strategy update was released in December of 2025. I will say we had anticipated getting it out earlier. Some of you may be aware the federal law within the Americans with Disabilities Act has changed. And how it governs documents that are posted on state websites or other sort of government websites. That we had gone through this whole process of creating this document, then we had to go back through and add in these ADA requirements in terms of different fonts and within reading abilities within the charts. So essentially, if you have an e-reader or some sort of reader, if you're have trouble seeing or if you're blind, that it will read the document to you. In order to do that, there are certain properties that have to exist within the document. You can imagine a 120-page document itself takes a little bit of time to get through that, but it's important that everybody has access to this document. So, as you may recall, we had a lengthy public comment session. We came to both your committee here as well as the committee in the body, which may or may not exist on the other side of the wall, for public comment, as well as we heard from our regular stakeholders who are usually involved in Public Utilities Commission processes or other programs we have at the agency, as well as members of the public. All of those comments are all posted on our website. I encourage you to take a look. A lot of very thoughtful comments from a lot of stakeholders. There were a couple of common threads. That will sound familiar because I think we heard both of these comments here in this committee about the 10-goal structure really didn't sort of work well in terms of what people needed it. So you'll see that we've moved to 4 pillars rather than 10 specific goals, 4 pillars, and I'm going to talk in depth about each of those in a minute, as well as providing specific policy recommendations. So within the document, there are 23 recommendations made. Some are just there may have been reforms. Site evaluation committee reform is a great one. Continuing to monitor to see how those reforms have worked and make any changes as needed. There's others that are specific, either legislative recommendations or things for within a PUC process. I will say, just in the interest of time, even if I spent 3 minutes talking about each individual one of them, that would take probably an hour and 15 minutes in and of itself. So I have pulled out of the list of 23, I've pulled out 4 that are topics that as far as I'm aware, are not subject of any bills or anything that you will be discussing this session, just to give you a different flavor of something else you're not going to hear, a bunch about this session. So the 4 pillars: affordability, sustainability, reliability, and innovation. And affordability is number 1 for a reason, right? I think we see this, we hear this in a variety of venues and a variety of circumstances. Certainly this is not something here in New Hampshire and New England as a whole that we're not familiar with, but it's becoming a bigger issue across the country, not just sort of localized within New England or maybe California, but in other jurisdictions across the state. PJM, for example, that sort of does the Mid-Atlantic all the way through the Midwest, has had been some significant issues with just generation resources being able to be online and meeting demand and things like that. So I just wanted to, I'm not trying to bore you with too many statistics and throw too many numbers at you, trying to keep this a little bit more high level, but there's something I just wanted to pull out of that sort of really struck home for me in terms of the affordability piece. So generally, it's generally considered that the total home energy burden for a household should not exceed 6% of the household income. And if you're looking across New Hampshire, that number changes in what we're seeing in terms of actually on the ground. So I'm sure this will come as no surprise to many of you. Hillsborough and Rockingham County are at about 3%. Merrimack, Stratford, Cheshire, and Grafton County are at 4%. Belknap and Sullivan County are at 5%, and Carroll and Coas County, they're already at 6%. So 6% is basically considered like the maximum threshold of this would be considered affordable. And again, that is an average. So you're taking everybody over the entire county, not looking at individual households. But if you're looking at those who are at the lower end of the scale, so for example, between 150 and 200% of federal poverty, you're looking at between the household energy burden is either, between 9 and 14% for those households. So I say this not to say like, oh, we all know there's an affordability, right, and hits our own pockets as we see our electric bills or maybe our oil or propane bills or natural gas bills, but to put it into context where even you're looking at an average for the county, Carroll and Coas County are already there. They're already at the other limits, and the other ones are, pretty close to it. So what can we do about affordability? It's one thing like, oh yeah, there's an affordability problem. What can you actually do about it? So there's a couple of mechanisms that you have within the jurisdiction of the state. And these are going to come as no surprises to you, but energy efficiency, making sure that you are being as efficient as possible. You're using the least amount of energy, but you're still getting the same results, right? This is an energy efficiency. You're going to be more efficient by setting your house at 62 degrees, right? No, you're still going to be able to set your home at a comfortable temperature but just use a lot less energy doing it. I will say, in my own personal experience, when I was home on paternity leave last winter, I was just sitting in my kitchen. I'm like, there's something wrong with this wall. Like, it's cold over here. And went through the whole process, went through an energy auditor because I didn't think I would qualify for New Hampshire Saves based on a newer construction home, which was in 2000, and my fuel type, which is propane. I was completely wrong. I qualified for the full rebate. They did air sealing in my attic. They put in additional insulation. They did determine there was something wrong with that wall, so I was right. But it made an enormous difference in my own home. Even on the cooling side, right? We had a couple of those 100-degree days in the summer. If you remember, and I know it's sort of hard to think about today about it being 100 degrees outside, although maybe in this room, maybe it's a little bit easier. But my central air conditioning didn't kick on until about 11 o'clock that morning. So you managed to get through the whole morning without having to use any air conditioning. So it really is, and probably I think the best thing is to hear about somebody's own personal experience with, and that's probably you can't beat that kind of marketing when you hear from real life from somebody else. The other one is, of course, is demand response, right? You work with either larger commercial industrial customers, or you work with within homeowners, right? You have the Google Nest or other sorts of devices where you can control the heating and cooling within a certain home. That those are great as a resource to reduce demand, especially during peak load times, right? If you have peak load, you can shed some of that load. That's probably a little bit too strong a word to use, but you can reduce that demand to sort of to flatten those things out. And making sure all the mechanisms are there to make sure that those folks are adequately compensated so people actually participate in those kinds of programs. And of course, market selection of resources, right? We want a market where it's the lowest cost resource is the one that is contributing electrons to the grid, right? You don't want to be in a situation where you're stuck with the highest cost of electricity because of either regional or state policy choices that mandate a certain type of generation be used, right? You want to have the lowest cost, and that's at no risk at all, right? We're going to talk about the other pillars in a minute here. But that's an important consideration in terms of market designs to make sure that those lowest priced entities and those generators can effectively compete on the market on an even playing field, that they're not picking winners and losers. So the second pillar is sustainability. So I'm going to talk about sustainability in a very broad way. That includes not only environmental sustainability, but economic sustainability and resource adequacy, which is a different form of sustainability. So, and I think these areas are not mutually exclusive to one another, right? They're working in concert with each other. Because if you neglect one of these areas at the expense of the other two, say you go all in on two of these at the expense of the other, you're going to have significant problems, right? And you'll fundamentally undermine the entire energy system within the state or the region for that matter. Rather, these are areas are designed to be in constant balance with one another to ensure the long-term sustainability of the entire energy system. And an unsustainable energy system becomes polluting, unaffordable, and unreliable. So the environmental one is sort of the obvious one up front. Obviously, we all want clean air, clean water. New Hampshire prides itself as being a state for outdoor recreation. That's a big part of our economy. We also live here, so it'd be good to have clean air and clean water. I know Representative Thomas from Merrimack knows more than a lot of folks for unpleasant reasons as to the importance of clean water. We also need to make sure that our energy system and the way we do things in the state and the way that they're done ensures that they are sustainable on an environmental standpoint. From an economic standpoint, right, we can't have a system that is economically unsustainable, right? The idea is that it should be able to function on its own without constant either intervention or subsidies, whether it's regulatory, whether it's direct state or ratepayer subsidies. Because that at some point at the end of the day, right, you want these systems to be able to exist and thrive on their own and be self-perpetuating, right? You want a virtuous cycle of continuing reinvestment and further development rather than a sort of a death spiral, for lack of a better way of putting it. And you need to make sure that those structures in place and that you aren't imposing those additional requirements or other sort of pieces of that make the system unsustainable. Because at some point, the ratepayer is going to say, okay, this is enough, or the taxpayer is going to say, okay, this is enough, or for whatever the stakeholder is going to be, or there's going to be competing stakeholders, right? So the idea that you have a completely open system that's open and available to all comers rather than those who can, pay to play, for lack of a better way of putting it. Of course, resource adequacy, we see this a lot, especially in New England in the winter months, in terms of making sure that the entire system itself is sustainable from a generation standpoint, right? You want to not only have your eggs, all your eggs in one basket, you also don't want to, handicap a particular resource either from operating if it's economically viable. And that's important to have, right? The worst thing that you can have, the only thing worse than electricity that is very expensive or energy that is very expensive is energy that's not available at any price. And we're going to go into a little bit more detail about a specific example of that when we talk about the specific recommendations section of that. So that leads right into reliability. Of course, reliability is absolutely critical to a system. Any of you who have lost power during an outage, either from the recent ice storm, I know there was a belt up north that really got hit well, or just from regular storm outages, or someone just crashing into a pole in your neighborhood. Right, there's all those physical infrastructure pieces. It's the distribution system for both the natural gas system and the electric distribution system. It's the transmission system. It's, poles and wires, all the sort of the transformers, substations, all the compressor stations, all of those bits of infrastructure that are also important. And which is why we have, the PUC and the DOE that exist the way they do, right? Is because the utilities have an incentive based on getting their rate of return within a rate case, which is adjusted during a rate case on those assets, right? So it's our job as the Department of Energy to evaluate those as they come through to make sure that they're not gold plating everything, right? Reliability comes at a cost. There is a cost there, right? And I remember a number of years ago, I think it was 2008, there was the particularly bad ice storm that knocked out, significant portion of the state, and then other ones in New England that knocked out, power for weeks at a time for folks. And there was the discussion of, oh, do we just underground everything in the state? And I always think of, right, the answer is no, you can't. I mean, you stick a shovel in the ground, you're going to hit a rock, right? There's that balance, and that's sort of an extreme example, right? You could do that. There's an enormous cost. It would cost tens of billions of dollars to do all of that for that infrastructure, right? To save from a once in a 20-year event or once in a 10-year event, right? And you have to look at that through that lens versus if this is a reliability project of, every time the wind blows, the power goes out on this circuit because we need to do tree trimming here. That's a different type of equation where there's a cost benefit analysis done there. Cybersecurity is an increasingly important portion of reliability on both sides of it. So you see both state actors who will use it for nefarious purposes. Either you're dealing with either asymmetric warfare or just trying to get into systems to disrupt them. I'm not going to go through the list of countries. I'm sure we all come up with the same list of countries that I would in terms of engaging in this. We've seen this with the Russian invasion in Ukraine. We've seen Russia doing a number of cyber hacking attacks against Ukrainian infrastructure, obviously both the physical military attacks on infrastructure, but also on the cybersecurity side of things to disrupt those systems. So there's that sort of risk that exists out there. There's also the risk when you have a more distributed system. Right, where you have distributed generation, you have distributed storage, you have all these other things that are interconnecting within the system. And there are different access points, right? You've opened up a number of access points within the system. And that's not to say that a distributed energy system is bad or it can't be done, but it's something to be aware of that's an additional component to making sure that the cybersecurity standards are upheld and that the equipment that's being attached meet those requirements. And right, as the grid is getting smarter, right, there's additional telemetry on the system that the operators are able to see what's going on, right? That's an additional avenue where bad actors could potentially access the system. Thankfully, there is some federal funding available. I don't know if any of you offhand happen to represent any towns that have municipal electric systems. The CSER office within US DOE provides technical assistance as well as some grant funding to help make sure that those points in the state's electric system are well guarded. Oftentimes, they will see that, particularly for ransomware attacks, for example, that they will go after those because then they can get back into your EverSources or your new Unitils, because those systems will talk to each other and have to talk to each other. But they view those as weaker points to attack in the system rather than trying to go head on into EverSource's cybersecurity structures. So there is funding available out there. If there's folks who are interested or if you have colleagues, please let me know. I'm happy to put you in touch with the right folks at US DOE on that. Lastly, workforce. This is not an issue that's surprising to anybody who is working in any fields in New Hampshire. Workforce is an issue, right? We have some great training programs. I'll call it the community colleges in particular, both at Lakes Region Community College and Manchester Community College, between training for building sciences, so weatherization, and other installation programs at Lakes Region Community College, as well as line worker programs. They have Manchester Community College. The utilities have great training programs in conjunction with their respective electric line worker unions. But those you could have the best programs in the world, but if you don't have the people to go into them, right? And that's a question that's of housing, which I know is not the jurisdiction of this committee, but be able to have the people to actually fill these roles to make sure that our grid can operate, right? You have the line workers who go out and do those things. You have the cybersecurity experts to make sure it's safe. It's all of those sort of pieces, the people who actually make the system work, right? It just doesn't exist in a vacuum. So last but not least, innovation. So innovation is sort of a bit of a little bit more of a squishy topic, but as we've seen with the energy system, both here in New Hampshire, New England, but in the country at large, there's a lot of change that's happening, and sort of rapid change can be of great benefit to the consumer, right? Access to new products that are cheaper, more effective, but you have to keep a careful eye to make sure that we're not just doing innovation for innovation's sake. Right, it's, I am not a tech person. I am very much hey, let somebody else figure out all the bugs with the newest version of the iPhone or the latest update, and I'll wait for 0.1 to come out before I get it. In your personal life, if that's what you want to do, that's great. Go nuts. But when you're talking about investments in distribution systems and transmission systems, it's good to make sure that with those innovative things that we're doing actually have some benefit, rather than, oh, this is sort of a neat thing to do, right? There's benefit that's there. So, innovation to make the grid more affordable, make it more sustainable, and make it more reliable, or the energy system as a whole. I don't mean to just make it sound like it's the grid itself, but all the pieces that are included within the energy system. So innovation for its own sake we can see some negative impacts of that, right? Can lead to stranded costs, inefficient outcomes, and missed opportunities. However, on the other side of it, right, without innovation, you could have a system today that's affordable, sustainable, and reliable, but without continual innovation, it will become unaffordable, become unsustainable, and it'll become unreliable. So with that, I'm going to talk about a couple of the different policy recommendations within. Again, I'm not going to talk about each single one of these just given the time constraints, but to highlight a couple that either you may not be thinking of or that you will not hear otherwise this session other than me talking about it today. So this is sort of one that sort of keeps me awake, is the availability of kerosene. So if you may recall, a couple of years ago, especially for those of you who happen to represent more rural areas, there was a significant issue with kerosene supplies within New England as a whole. It was a combination of a couple of different factors. You had, the continuing output, impacts of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We were just coming out of COVID, and you saw strong demand for travel because everyone had been cooped up. Everyone wanted to go everywhere, right? The same feedstock that goes into jet aviation fuel is the same feedstock that is used for kerosene. And so you have competing demands there, right, between jet fuel and for home heating. Kerosene is a fuel source that is not typically installed anymore. It can be, but it's not rare for new builds or new installations or replacement systems. It had been used actually primarily for manufactured housing. So kerosene, if you leave it outside in a tank, will not freeze or gel, while home heating oil will. So if you have a home heating oil tank and if you're in manufactured housing, you don't have a basement. There's no place to put that thing, so it would be outside. The process, so what happens when the temperature drops low enough, it essentially gels inside the tank. So rather than having home heating oil, you basically have napalm that's sitting out in a tank out in your yard. So kerosene was used as much lower gelling temperature. The problem is, I shouldn't say the problem is, a lot of, if you're looking at new construction or if you're doing new builds or new installations of systems, propane doesn't have those same issues. You can have a propane tank outside and because it's a gas, you're not going to have that same problem. So a lot of folks have transitioned over once their systems have reached the end of useful life, have moved over to propane. Kerosene, however, has not. So you have a bunch of these different competing things. You have a competing demand on the jet aviation side. You have a declining demand for it on the home heating side. So there's no additional refinery capacity that's going to come from this product. So as we saw during that winter, we were certainly getting calls. I know other folks were getting calls that kerosene was not available. It was $7 a gallon, and then it wasn't available at all. And we could see it as we were hearing reports from far northern Maine, working its way down northern New Hampshire and Vermont. I know the commissioner and I were constantly getting updates, when the next barge was coming into Portsmouth to offload kerosene. Luckily, we made it through. There was a warm spell that happened immediately afterwards, so it sort of relieved a lot of the pressure there. But it's a weak spot within the system within New Hampshire in terms of home heating. There's about, in terms of the numbers that I have reliably, the EIA, the Energy Information Agency within US DOE, does not break out how many people use kerosene. But I know within the fuel assistance program, we have about 2,300 households that use kerosene currently. So just as something that we need to be mindful of to help to move forward. The next one, increased freight rail traffic. So some of you may be aware that New Hampshire used to be a big railroading state back in the 1840s, 1850s, 1860s. Just as a historical aside, essentially it was a way to cut out New York from all the trade coming from the Great Lakes, figure a way to get it either Boston or Portland to get a cut of that traffic. So, a lot of these lines today have been converted over to rail trails or are currently abandoned, but there's still some active operating rail lines in the state. We were unfortunate in the fact that the previous owner of the railroad for about 40 years had made little to no investment in their physical infrastructure. They didn't have a lot of capital to begin with, and any of the capital they had, they did not spend. 4 years ago, CSX, which is a major Class I railroad, purchased the assets of Pan Am, which includes lines in New Hampshire, Maine, and in northern Massachusetts. They've been making continual investments into their infrastructure. You may recall there was a fire on a trestle bridge. It was a 110-year-old trestle bridge near Great Bay. It's the only line into Portsmouth. There's a lot of infrastructure in Portsmouth on the energy generation side. CSX was out there within a week and had rebuilt the bridge, rather than, I don't know what have happened in the alternative. So there's sort of both on the energy side, but just on an efficiency side, it takes 1 ton of freight on a railroad can be moved 450 miles on a single gallon of diesel. So it's tremendously more efficient than if you were to put something over the road on a truck or on a bus or something else, or air transport, certainly. You get magnitudes of efficiency in terms of moving large amounts of cargo very easily. Not to say, we're not going to become a rail shipping hub. We don't have a lot of we're not a grain producing state or a coal producing state or anything like that in terms of exports from the state, and that would need sort of heavy rail traffic. But it's something to be mindful of in communities as these rail lines are reactivated or there's more freight traffic on it. It's a good thing. There needs to be certain accommodations where people may have purchased a home and they never saw a train. All of a sudden, they're seeing trains more often. But we need to be careful that there aren't local regulations that sort of stifle this very efficient, very energy efficient way of moving products through both in and out of the state. So the last one I'm going to talk about, sort of a twofer, is on the development of time of use rates. So this both applies on the net metering side of things as well as for commercial industrial customers. You probably recall that there's certain, I'm not going to name names, but certain frequent testifiers in this committee will talk about the temporal value of electricity, right? The idea that the value of that electricity changes over the course of the day, right? It's not the same value as right now, maybe different from 5 minutes from now, 10 minutes from now, a few hours from now, right? But we consume electricity as though there's the same price across the way, and we produce electricity as the same price all the way across the board. So further refinement and specifically, for commercial industrial customers for time of use rates, they do exist now, but there's not a tremendous amount of uptake, but to be able to refine those more. So you're sending those price signals to say, electricity is really expensive now, but if you're running in the middle of the night, maybe there's other requirements you need to have, or workforce things like that. I'm not just saying it's just because of the electricity prices, but you can shift load very easily by sending the price signal that it's cheaper to run now, you should run now, rather than it's really expensive to run now, don't run now, and there's larger system benefits that result of that. We'll see this with net metering as well, and I think there's a lot of discussion at the PUC, and a lot of folks sort of see this as the next step beyond, once net metering is more, the penetration rates are higher with net metering, of going to a time of use rate for net metering, right? Because you want to be able to produce electricity when it's needed, just not when the sun is shining or the wind is blowing or the river is running, right? And that has the knock-on effect of, you're incenting that generation to occur when it is more expensive. So it absolutely incents battery storage, for example, right? If you have solar paired with battery, you can dispatch, you can be charging those batteries in the middle of the day. It's a nice sunny day, and then that peak is coming in the afternoon. The solar arrays are not producing as much electricity, but you've got that battery storage. You dispatch it, and you get paid a higher price for it because it's more valuable then, rather than just exporting it in the middle of the day. And that's you're sending those price signals to developers, you're sending those price signals to consumers of electricity as well, or I should say producers and generators, but also on the demand side as well. So by sending those price signals, you're indicating when you should be producing, when it's most valuable, and compensating them for it. And you're also sending signals of when you shouldn't be consuming electricity and encouraging that consumption during times of when there's less stress on the system, right? And that reduces peaks, that reduces overall demand, it reduces demand charges, and you sort of, in an ideal world, right, the electricity demand on the grid would be flat line, right? It'd be flat as a pancake, right? But that's not the world we live in. Maybe quite yet, but in terms of demand, and then the price would be flat as well. But that's not the world we live in quite yet. So with that, I'm going to switch over to discussion of the federal programs. I apologize, I'm throwing a lot at you right now, but I want to make sure we could get through all of it. So I know there's been a lot of questions, especially about a lot of the federal programs that are out there. And I thought it would be helpful to sort of lay out where we've come, some of the hurdles that we've run into, and sort of where we're going. And I'll do a status update on each of the programs that we have in our purview at the end. So you start off with both the Investing in Infrastructure and Jobs Act, the IIJA, also referred to as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, or the BIL, made historic investments in a variety of programs, both at the national level and then here at the state level. This was not just a Department of Energy thing. DOT got money. There were a variety of other agencies, environmental services through EPA got a bunch of money to do a variety of different projects and different types. I'm going to just talk about the DOE experience here. So the way, and this sort of gets into the nitty gritty, that both the IRA and the IIJA passed, it's a process called reconciliation. And I know we've probably learned way more about that than anybody wants to in the last couple of years as to how those bills work. But essentially there's a litmus test that goes through the US Senate about whether it's an appropriation or if there's policy. If it's policy, it gets shunted off. If it's an appropriation, it stays in. Which is a way they can get around a variety of other, the filibuster and other things. I'm not going to get into that because it's not important at the moment. But the knock-on effect is that in order to skinny down all of those bills, to get rid of all the policy, they lost all the guidance that was given to the federal agencies as to how to actually deploy this money. So I'll use the IRA rebate programs as an example. Between 3 programs, New Hampshire is going to get about $77 million, and you sort of extrapolate that across the country, you're talking 15 billion-ish between both programs, plus 8 pages of federal law. And if you're familiar with federal law, they have massive margins on the sides and they're double spaced. So it's not like if you were to take a 8-page bill here that New Hampshire legislature produces, it's very, very narrow. And you're talking about 3 separate programs. So there's a lot of work that the federal agencies need to go into actually sort of, again, we talked about rules at the beginning of this, to really sketch out how these programs operate, what the mechanisms are, what the go, no-go moments are, how they actually work, where the rubber hits the road in terms of the deployment of these programs. So you have this, so getting back to the federal agencies, you have this massive influx of funding at these federal agencies. They don't have the staff to deploy all these funds right out of the gate, right? They've gotten appropriations from Congress to do those things. So they need to hire staff and then train them on these programs. They need to then, because there's minimal guidance given by Congress, they then need to develop and issue guidance, basically the Bible of how this program works. And I know you've heard probably from me and probably other people complaining about it, like, oh, we need guidance, we need guidance. I can't spend federal money until they tell me how I can spend it, because if I spend it in a way that does not conform with the federal guidance, probably me if it was one of my programs, or any of my colleagues in any other state agencies have to go to the fiscal committee and say, yeah, so we need to repay the money that comes from the general fund. And I can imagine your colleagues on finance committee would be very excited to hear that. So which is why that is certainly a concern for us. We also get audited every year. And sometimes there are programs that get audited in multiple sequences. But an auditor would immediately jump on that and said, you spent this on a non-allowable use, and that's a huge red mark against the state. And that not only affects us, it affects other agencies who may be applying for federal funds.
Those audits, federal audits?
Yes, so there is a federal single funds audit that is conducted by Department of Administrative Services that happens every year. There are certain programs where if they're big enough, they get chosen. So, for example, fuel assistance is a large enough program, it gets audited every single year. For some of these smaller programs, because the dollar amount is not $30 million each year. They're in a cycle where the auditor could decide, hey, I want to pull that program, I want to pull that program. But again, once you get those red marks, it not only impacts me, it impacts my colleagues at HHS, it impacts my colleagues at DES and at DOT. So there's a ripple effect that it's not, oh, New Hampshire DOE made this mistake. It's the state of New Hampshire made this mistake. So there's very, very important. I cannot impress that enough.
Representative McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Josh, for taking my question. Well, it's not a question, it's a clarification. So are you going to tell us the 77 million that's coming in under IRA? Are you going to tell us what that was appropriated for or what programs it relates to so we can, I'm taking notes. So
Yes. Oh, yes. So the further slide. So this is sort of laying the land of how we got to where we are, and then I'm going to talk about the individual programs themselves. So that of course that takes time at the federal level to develop this guidance to give to the states, and then they have to develop applications. So we talk about formula funding versus competitive funding. So formula funding, Congress has said, give it to all the states and territories. Here's the formula you need to use. Some of them benefit New Hampshire, some of them do not benefit New Hampshire in terms of how that calculation is run, but there's a set dollar amount, and essentially it's incumbent upon the state to say, raise our hands and say, yes, we're interested in the money. Here's our application for that funds, and we have to meet all the requirements that are set out within the guidance documents. The federal agency also needs the bandwidth to review and then issue those awards, right? It's not just a matter of saying like, oh yeah, you're all set, go have fun, right? There's a process where those are reviewed. They have to check to make sure that it conforms with the guidance and the federal statutes. There's a whole business office that they literally just process awards, and there's a whole process that goes into that for fiscal review. So that all takes time and takes people. And then you have this massive avalanche of funding coming all at once, all that whole system that's designed for this amount of money can't handle this amount of money. So you need to train and hire people to do that. So talking about the when this funding was first come out was in the early years of the Biden administration. And of course, this happens every time, and you'll hear about this again, that especially when you have transitions from D to R or R to D, sometimes it can even be from R to R or D to D. Different secretaries of agencies have different ideas of how the entity should be structured. So there's inevitably a reorganization that happens as part of that. So all the staff are then focused on the reorganization, not on doing the programs, which having gone through the DOE process, I certainly empathize with them in terms of bandwidth, in terms of getting those things done. So you had that additional limiting factor, right? You're trying to do all these other things, and you're trying to reorganize the agency. So we saw that under Secretary Granholm in the Biden administration of trying to do that on top of everything else. So finally, you have the applications released to the state. We're able to go through, and then on the state side of it, we have the drafting of applications. Once those are in, we get the feedback from USDOE or the other federal agencies. We may need to make tweaks. Of course, it runs into if they have the capacity to actually process those. We have to go to your colleagues on the fiscal committee to get approval to accept those funds and then create the positions. We also have to go to the governor and executive council and get those approvals as well. We have to go through the whole behind-the-scenes process of creating and hiring positions. We go through our colleagues at Department of Administrative Services to do that. So then once we have the people in, we can then train them on the specific programs, the specific pieces of it. They then have to develop the requests for proposal, the RFPs, which is how we issue grants. Most of the federal programs require these to be done on a competitive basis, so we can't just hand them out to people. They have to be done competitively in the interest of the federal taxpayer, which we all are in this room, to make sure that it's the most effective use of funds. So those then, they have to be out for a minimum of 60 days. Usually we like to leave them out a little bit longer than that to make sure that there's robust competition. They come back, we have to score them, and then we have to go back to Governor and Council after a contract is drafted. So just by context, once I have a contract that's signed, ready to go, it's about another 6 to 7 weeks of review processes at Department of Justice Administrative Services before it gets on the agenda at Governor and Council. It is, the way I've heard it described is it's not a very efficient system of doing it, but it basically ensures there's no corruption throughout the process. So we have gotten to that point with a number of these, and then just as the administration changed in Washington, D.C., so you have from the Biden administration to the Trump administration, and because you have all of this, these federal agencies doing all of this sort of work in fleshing out all these programs, there's lots of policy decisions that can be made with these programs because Congress has essentially delegated that, and not intentionally, I think, but to the federal agencies. So you see the new administration come in and say, well, I want to know exactly what they did with all these programs. What decisions did they make with all of these things? How are they going about this process? So we saw that certainly in the incoming administration of a, hold on, let's take a look at everything. There were some comments, I'm sure we've all heard them, bears no repeating here, that certainly didn't help encourage the process, that things were done in an appropriate way. Prior to that, which I think added fuel to the, okay, we're not going to do anything, we need to make sure everything is okay here. So they're going through that process with a lot of these awards. They're also going through a reorganization. I've been told that they're almost done with that in terms of a lot of the programs that we have in-house within DOE. They're going through that because they had the reorganization, now they're doing another one, right? Because of the switch between administrations. There's also been the reduction in workforce, right? There's, we've seen in the news and a variety of other venues where there are just fewer people at USDOE to review these things, to serve as project officers, to process changes and things like that, and to release funding. So we see that. I'm not making a qualified statement on any of those, but just to say that this is what has happened. This is how things have unfolded. So in terms of the questions of that we get of, well, why isn't this program running yet? Where's the money? Shouldn't you have done something by now, right? I would have loved to. I would have loved to have gotten this thing out, but there are a variety of circumstances, and it's sort of equal opportunity. There are a lot of things that are within the system, just how these things operate, that sort of lead to those kinds of delays. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about our goals, and I'm going to go to the individual programs to give you a status update of where everything sits as of today. So our goals, obviously, we see a lot of these things that are done at the federal level and trying to, there's a great report, just as an aside, that was done by a couple of Biden administration officials after the fact, working with a public policy foundation, basically did a whole after action report. And one of the big things that they came up with afterwards is that a lot of these programs try to do too many things. It wasn't just a energy program, it was an environmental program, and it was a jobs program, and it was a social benefit program. And when you try to do too many things at the same time, you don't do any one thing well. And then so you have competing things of, well, I could do this, but it's going to come in at the expense of this, or I could do this, it could be really great at this, but I can't do that. And they said they tried to make it all things to all people, and then that usually doesn't work as well in terms of implementation, and complicates implementation. So our goals, with reviewing, oh, sorry.
Make a quick comment with regard to what you just said about federal government legislation trying to do too many things. In a recent book written by Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson it's called Abundance, they describe exactly that process applied all across the federal government, that's a major impediment to getting things done, not just in the energy space, but everywhere.
Yeah.
I thought that was an important comment you made with regard to that.
So, mindful of those sort of, we can see, I'm certainly not faulting our colleagues at USDOE for these things, right? They do what they need to do. We do what we need to do. But looking at those things and seeing those trials and tribulations that are occurring at the federal level, we thought, okay, here at the state level, let's try to smooth things out as much as possible and avoid repeating those same mistakes. So, for example, dovetailing our programs with existing programs, right? Because you're going to avoid, I don't want to fund a program that New Hampshire Saves is also going to do, right? Because that doesn't make any sense, right? We're supposed to be stretching these dollars and making a difference somewhere rather than just adding more money where we're already doing something. Now, in some circumstances, that might make sense because there's more demand than available resources, but generally speaking, to try to avoid duplication. Leveraging existing delivery systems. I don't need to completely reinvent the wheel to get some money out the door for some particular program. So if there are existing systems that not only are we familiar with as an agency and able to move faster on, but that the people who would be applying for these funds are familiar with and understand. That makes it that much easier for them to come in the door to request these funds or go through that process. And then to reduce and mitigate as much administrative burden as possible, right? If we're looking at small towns, for example, applying for funds, right? There may be, we all have these in our communities, right? There's the town clerk who's also the tax collector, who also is, part-time, this, that, and the other thing, both, codes enforcement officer, right? So for those folks, right, we try to make these as simple as possible where we can. And there's certain, I'll talk about a couple of circumstances where we've tried to alleviate those. But on the outcome side, right, we're minimizing gaps, we're not duplicating efforts. We're minimizing customer confusion and consumer confusion and burden. And with the with the result being we're going to see increased program uptake as well as satisfaction on that side of things. So one program I can say that has been particularly successful is within the Energy Conservation Block Grant Program, or EECBG. All of your counties also got direct appropriations, as well as the 10 largest communities by population in the state got their direct appropriations. The state got an appropriation as well, with the condition of we couldn't give it to the counties or the 10 largest communities that already got their own. So what we designed with stakeholder feedback was a municipal solar program. Essentially, these were for small towns that wanted to install solar arrays at a variety of, wherever, whether it's the public works garage, the fire station, police station, town hall. We've had 16 awards were made for that program. All but 3 are currently built and operational. I believe the Lebanon Fire Station has one. That one comes off the top of my head in terms of where it might be in specific districts. But the 3 that haven't been, one was we had a project drop out. We've had another one be added, but they have to go through another process for town meeting. The other 2 have been caught up in NEPA reviews for environmental protection, which is unfortunate because they've been sitting there for about a year. Which I'll talk a little bit more about that when I talk about the SEP money that we have. Weatherization Assistance Program. So some of you may be familiar with this program. It's run through the community action agencies. We get money from US DOE to do weatherization. It works hand in hand with the New Hampshire Saves program, specifically their Home Energy Assistance Program, or HEA. So this is an additional fusion of funds. So this one was easier to get out the door in terms of contracting, things like that. So we work directly with the community action agencies, which are all in all of your communities. So they have done 610 homes have been weatherized through this program so far. We still have another couple of years to go on that one. So it's a good success story there. On the state energy program, there was also an additional appropriation through the bipartisan infrastructure law that we get, because we guys also get an annual award for that. We did this, and this is where it's come in very handy. These are very flexible funds. We've been able to use them for both sort of assistance to some of the folks that have applied. So Davis-Bacon prevailing wages is not really an issue in New England because the wages are high enough, but you need to document everything in terms of payrolls and making sure they're in compliance and things like that. And it's very costly. So if we have, small communities, for example, municipal solar program, if we have, small communities way up north somewhere, they're not going to have the bandwidth to know and understand how Davis-Bacon works to do that. So we've hired a consultant who works with them directly to make sure that the payroll's correctly, to make sure it's uploaded properly to US DOE and rectifies any problems before they become real problems. So this is we're talking about reducing those burdens for smaller communities. This is one of the big ones here. We also have technical monitors. So if there's a physical infrastructure project that's going on, we have an independent third party go out to make sure that, yes, what you bought is actually producing the energy efficiency, or you've actually realized those gains. If it's a solar array, that's another good example, right? It's actually producing the amount of electricity. It was installed properly. You're not stuck with a lemon, right? And I'm not saying to cast aspersions on any entity that currently operates within the state of New Hampshire, but it's a third party check to make sure that the federal funds are buying what was advertised and the community is actually getting the benefit that they're supposed to do. We've also deployed some of these funds for doing energy efficiency projects in schools. So we have 3 awards that are currently, I believe they've just finished construction. And then we have an RFP that just closed on that. So unfortunately, I cannot speak to any details of that other than that we're looking forward to making awards and bringing those to Governor and Council in the coming months. Grid resiliency, this is a program that is designed to reduce the frequency and duration of outages. So this provides funding directly to the utility distribution companies. So Eversource, Liberty, Unitil, the co-op, and the 5 municipal electric companies that exist in the state to help them improve their distribution system and help to reduce the frequency and duration of outages. So that RFP has gone through a couple of different machinations. So we're hoping to release that again in the very near future. We're working on a couple of legal requirements to make sure we have everything straight before it goes back out again. The IRA rebates, I know there's probably many of you have got,
Representative Kaplan had a question.
Yeah, a little clarification, if I could, on those programs that you're talking about. State energy program, is there any, is that described anywhere on your website, or is there any publications that have more details on that?
Yes.
And also, the grid resiliency, you mentioned the money that's going out to utilities. Is there any accountability on that? Like, do we get a report back from the utilities at some point on how they spent that money?
Oh, absolutely. So on both counts, yes, on our website, we have landing pages for different grant opportunities that are available. And then we have a separate page where there's a list of the different RFPs that are out available. So there's a couple of different avenues where you can get to the same information. They all link to each other, so there's no wrong door. You can go in for that. In terms of reporting, yes, both of the federal, the terms and conditions of the federal awards require that we do reporting on those individual projects, and part of the scoring process is to report back on the the SAIDI and SAIFI, CAIDI and CAIFI scores, which are essentially the scoring mechanism to show how reliable a particular circuit is or the whole system is. So there are sort of concrete metrics that will come out of that, and we'll say, okay, if you've done this project, we project it will say it will change this number to this number, and then there's a way to actually demonstrate that and quantify that change in terms of reliability. The Inflation Act rebates, the IRA rebates. I know this has been a hot topic for a lot of folks. Has been for me as well. We've gone through a couple of processes here. So the electrification rebates, this is one we get calls frequently about. These are rebates that would go for the installation of electric appliances in a home. So the big one that people talk about is heat pumps for space heating and cooling, heat pump hot water heaters, a couple of other technologies, including electric stoves, heat pump dryers, as well as sort of ancillary upgrades. So if you're, you want to you put in a couple of these appliances into a home, and you have an older home that has a 100 amp panel, probably not going to go very well for you. So there's funding in there that would allow for panel upgrades and wiring upgrades and things like that. As someone who grew up in an old house with still had knob and tube wiring, right? That's a good thing to include when you're adding additional electric load to a home. We've got about $35 million for this one. This one is we received the full award for this one. We were waiting on additional guidance that ended up not coming from the new administration, so we ended up moving forward with this without it. I can say that we are in negotiations with an implementer, so I have to be very careful about what I can and can't say. I'm not trying to be difficult, but there are certain legal requirements that I have to meet that I know our general counsel would certainly want me to not spoil this by saying anything out of school, but I can say that we issued a request for proposal. We got bids back, competitive bids back. They've been scored, and we're in negotiations with the implementer, who will be sort of the front face, the forward face of this program. So they will be the ones that are working with the retailers. We're working with installers and contractors or homeowners who will essentially process all of these things for us, and we'll be on the back end of these things. So we're hoping, again, contract negotiations usually always take longer than I think they do. With State of New Hampshire, we're not exactly an easy state to contract with, and that's not by personal choice. That's just how the structure works. I wish I could change that, but it's not within my purview, so I can't. But we're hoping to have that implementer in place. I believe we're targeting late March for governor and council. Could slip to April, depending on a variety of other circumstances. Because DOIT is involved, right? And it's not only we have to talk to DOJ, we have to talk to DOIT. So there are a number of other stakeholders within even state government in terms of getting a contract signed that we need to consult with. So I'm hopeful for that, and then we'll look to, once we have that in place, we'll have a more firm timeline in terms of when the door is open for rebates to be issued. I will say we are in a similar boat. There's about 19 other states that are the same as us, where they're in this sort of stage of it. There's a handful of programs that are currently operating. I would just stress, because a lot of people say, well, the program here in Maine is working, or this one's currently operating. Those states have taken very narrow approaches to the program and just saying this one very small subset of customers is eligible for this program. We have taken the opposite approach and want it available to us, within the means testing requirements, but available to as many people as possible. The HOMES program, which is an energy efficiency rebate program, this one we've been in a conditional award status since January of 2025. This is one of the ones that has been caught up in that review process done by the new incoming administration of these programs. We're hopeful that there may be some movement on this. We have provided everything required by USDOE as of November of 2024. So we've been told it's still in the review process. But in the meantime, we've been doing everything that we can. So once we get the green light or the okay to move, or you need to make changes from USDOE, that we can quickly move to the next stages. All the other, the pieces that need to go along with it, like an RFP and things like that, have been, drafted and reviewed, and they're ready to go once we can get those final okays. And the final program as part of that is
Representative McGee, do you have a question?
Yes, how much money is associated with that program?
$35 million. It's just a little bit less than that. And each of these programs are contemplated to run for about 10 years. So that's, again, it's slightly less than 35, but it's like 34, 750 and change. But I've just been using 35 because it's a round number. And then the final program, it's the TREC program. It's a contractor training with these new programs. It was contemplated by Congress that there would be the need for additional contractors to be able to do all of these installations. So it's both training of existing workforce, so how to operate within this program, what you need to do in order to meet the requirements, but also, to the point of where if you have somebody, fresh out of high school or fresh, or maybe looking to make a transition in their career and going into this space, that you could take somebody off the street and get them all the way through to where they can do, all the way up to an auditor level type of person, skill set, excuse me. So we are contracting, it's not exactly in-house, but we're working with our colleagues at Lakes Region Community College. They have a phenomenal existing program around building sciences, including weatherization and things like that. So we're working hand in hand with them. Makes complete sense given the amount of money available to dovetail, again, with the existing programs that already exist and existing curriculum and staff that exist at that campus. And they do a tremendous job there. Energy Efficiency Revolving Loan Fund. This one's been a bit of a tricky one for us. It's about $800,000 to use as a revolving loan fund. Unfortunately, both Davis-Bacon, so prevailing wages, and Buy America, Build America, which is sort of, you have to have certain domestic content, either it's built or assembled in America. A whole host of other requirements, and we've talked to about 6 different organizations within the state who would possibly be able to do this. I mean, I'm not going to name names because I haven't asked them if I could say their names out in public, but this one's been a tricky one. We're going to take another couple of runs at it to figure out if there's a home that we can put for this, because it's money that we'd like to put out on the street. But all these requirements, everyone has unfortunately come back with the same thing. It's like, yeah, if there was another 0 at the end of that, that would make doing all these administrative burdens worthwhile. But without that, it's kind of tricky. I will say, a lot of other states have already given up on this and basically washed their hands of it and said thank you but no. But I'm committed to try to figure out, until I can have turned over every single last rock to try to figure out how to get this one to work. Last one, Solar for All. You may have been aware, the state received a $43.5 million grant from US EPA for the deployment of community solar projects in the state. We were working with the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund, as well as the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority to deploy these funds, as well as having some in-house that would make sense for us to deploy. Unfortunately, in early August of last year, the EPA terminated all of these grants, including the ones here in New Hampshire, for the states that had received awards, as well as the nonprofits that had received awards. A number of states have just washed their hands of it and said, we're not doing anything, we're doing full closeout, which basically means wrapping up the grant. Another subset of states have joined as part of lawsuits. New Hampshire, at the direction of the governor, and as well as working collaboratively with the Attorney General's office, we filed administrative disputes based on the way that the grants were terminated, which is a sort of a third venue to be able to do this. We haven't said we're done with it. We're not suing. It's sort of this, there's this allowance within the terms and conditions of the grants to pursue this administrative dispute, which is being handled by the Department of Justice. We've been told that we should expect something probably by late February as in terms of a decision by EPA on this. So that is where we stand on that one. So I won't have any other updates on that because it's a pending legal thing, and EPA is going to continue with their process. Does anyone have any questions?
Okay, well, I'm sure the committee has plenty of questions, and so we're going to move on to that right now, but we're going to have to cut this off at noon to be respectful of the time of the folks from the department. So we'll start with Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question, Josh. Back in the very beginning of your presentation, you quickly covered investigations. And so speaking of investigations, with HB 690 being signed into law last year and with the report due to the committee this year, can you give us a status progress of that investigation and case in point of for example, 24 ISO New England mentions 24 new interconnections in New England. 18 of them are from Massachusetts. Only one's for New Hampshire. How New Hampshire would be impacted by that?
Sorry, on the first one, 690, was that the ISO New England investigation?
ISO New England.
Yes. So I will say that is not in my portfolio. My understanding is that an RFP was issued for a consultant for that. I am not sure where that stands. I believe we're going to Governor and Council shortly to have the consultant on board to assist with that. Sorry, what was the second part of your question?
The second part was tied to that. It was about with ISO New England mentioning 24 new interconnections. 18 of them are from Massachusetts. Only one of those 24 is for New Hampshire. How that would negatively affect New Hampshire compared to the other states in New England.
Thank you for the question. I will check with our wholesale team on that and get back to you. I'm aware that they've sort of released all of these interconnection sort of clusters, but I don't know the specific details in terms of if they're worried about it or in terms of if they're not. But I'm happy to check in with those folks and follow up with you on that one.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Representative Wendy Thomas. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 3 questions. They're pretty much yes or no, so it should be pretty quick. When you were talking about the affordability pillar, you talked about the percentage of utility prices or costs that are, you broke it down by county. Did you break it down at all by energy aggregation customers as a comparison?
Yeah. So no, I can go into more detail if you want to, but no.
Okay, that's good for now. Number 2 is I took to heart that you want to make accommodations for increased freight rail traffic. Is there any appetite to make accommodations for commuter rail?
The physical infrastructure would be the same for both.
Is that a yes?
I don't want to speak for DOT, but in terms of if you're the actual infrastructure that would be used for both of them, absent passenger stations, would be the same. So you would be rebuilding or upgrading the rail lines.
Okay, thank you. And I got here late, so I don't know if you discussed this or not, but I was over in the Senate testifying on a data center bill, which is going to be a very, very hot topic this coming session. Are there any discussions on guidelines or boundaries regarding data centers, specifically with regard to all 4 of those pillars?
With data centers, I don't know if that's possible to answer in a yes or no question. I know Representative McGee has a bill in dealing with data centers. I will say this is a national issue. This is done not just us. We have a couple of examples to look to. Meta recently had an agreement with the state of Louisiana for one of their data centers. It'll be the largest in the world in terms of how all that structure works. We also have the example of Virginia, which has the most data centers of any other state in the region just by accident of how the original internet architecture was originally designed. I could probably fill up the next 2 hours just talking about data centers. So.
But just, are they on your radar?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is really, I think, more of a comment than a question. I read the energy strategy cover to cover, And, I appreciate the recommendations in there. But I didn't view it really as a solid strategic plan. To me, a strategic plan lays out goals, ways to measure those goals, and then implementation of those measurements. And I didn't see any of that in this strategic plan. So that was disappointing to me. Two themes that ran through the strategic plan you didn't really talk about today. One was the need for more natural gas capacity, and then another was the impact of other New England states on our own energy costs. And I was hoping that you might talk about some of that today, but you didn't. But really, I just found it lacking as a strategic plan.
I appreciate the feedback. There is always a tension there of where the state does not own and operate the infrastructure. I cannot compel the utilities or the royal we in terms of where they are, investing in particular infrastructure. Obviously, that comes in a rate case, or if there's specific dockets, we can weigh in there. But there is this tension of having this strategic plan over assets that I do not have control over. So that would be my response.
Additional questions? Representative Swanson.
Mr. Chair. Regarding community power, the projects that were underway for that, did they assume the availability of net metering for their capabilities? And I don't know what capacity was planned for them, but was net metering planned for them? And did those projects include any assumptions about renewable energy credits?
Sorry, for the federal grants for the communities for municipal solar, is that what you're referring to?
And you were listing successes,
Oh, yes, yeah.
and community solar was one of them, or there were projects underway under the successes.
Yes, so those are projects that have been completed. This gets a little bit tricky because we had to actually get guidance from US DOE as to how the sale of renewable energy certificates would be considered, because it was considered program income. To a certain level, it has to be remitted back to the federal agency, because if you're making money off of federal money, they want theirs, which makes sense. They determined that it was not considered program income, so the communities are allowed to retain that. I will say the systems that have been installed have been less than 60 kilowatts, just based on federal NEPA requirements, where there's I won't get into all the details, but essentially if you stay within a box, you'd avoid a whole bunch of the federal environmental regulations. So in terms of a system impact, they're small enough that it's not going to, significantly disrupt or require significant upgrades in order to accommodate.
So, clarification
Go ahead.
regarding, so all of them assumed net metering or included net metering?
I would have to go back and look at the individual applications, but yes, I believe in some way, shape, or form, yes.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Kaplan.
Mr. Chair, so my response to the 10-year energy strategy, I just want to start out with congratulating the department on some of the things that I thought were really positive in the report, especially the reliance on the pillar of affordability, which I think is the most important one. I agree with that. And again, the importance placed on home energy burdens across the state, not just on ratepayers, but on everybody in the state. And I also want to congratulate you on your acknowledgement that energy efficiency programs are a benefit in terms of affordability, but not just to the customers that are undertaking those projects, but to the system as a whole. So I think that's a very important acknowledgement on the part of the department. But I do think that there is, I just want to question, my question is, you mentioned in the report several points, what you call or what you term, or what the report terms out-of-market processes or procedures. So my question is, what determines, is there a list somewhere of out-of-market procedures as opposed to in-market procedures? Because as far as I can tell, the market is constantly evolving, right? And so today's out-of-market procedure is tomorrow's very in-market procedure. So how do you determine what an out-of-market procedure is without sort of tipping your hand in terms of privileging, certain actors in the market?
Thank you for the question. I knew there was going to be a but in there somewhere. So thank you. That's good feedback. We'll certainly to better define that term of that phrase. It is meant to discuss whether it's a variety of mechanisms that other states have embarked on, whether it's purchase power agreements or some other directives of saying to the utilities, you must purchase this kind of electricity generated from this kind of resource. And my colleagues who work on the wholesale side are probably far more succinct and far more eloquent about the process that works. But essentially, is the issue is that you have all of these, you have a market exists, but you have all of these things that are, whether it's PPAs or directives by policymakers in other states, to sort of stay outside of that market and do sort of these other contracts and other agreements on the side. And the problem is you have the pool of the market ends up shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. Which can lead to sort of some adverse effects in terms of either pricing or competitiveness or things like that, or where you have, sort of disruptive in terms of the resources that want to participate in that market. And essentially you have a point of where maybe these outside contracts and agreements end up being larger than the actual market itself, which can have can certainly distort things.
If I may?
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, I think, I question whether your assumption is correct. I think you're mistaken. Those out-of-market procedures tend to enlarge the market as opposed to shrink the market. That's the whole point of them. For example, power purchase agreements, bringing in new diverse sources of generation, for example. And then on the other hand, aren't you having your cake and eating it too when you call for an out-of-market procedure such as a pipeline? That's something that is literally out of market. It's not part of the market, and you want state policy to make it part of the market, part of the infrastructure that the market depends on. That, to me, is an out-of-market procedure, is it not?
So I'm just going to interrupt here and state that we're here to ask questions of the department this morning. We're not here to debate whether anything they've talked about here this morning is good, bad, or indifferent. So let's confine our comments here to questions. We have a great resource here. We only have about 15 or 10 minutes left to take advantage of this resource and learn about what the department's policies and procedures and activities are. So if you have any questions along those lines, let's go for it. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again. Okay, so some of us have perspective on the strategy report, prior to the initiation of the DOE in 2021. And I noticed that on page 11 of this report, when it talks about affordability, it just refers to the very first point is a lack of indigenous supply for low-cost resources. And then it goes on to say the uncertainty of the national and international markets, policies of other states, which it throws out. And I think that our percentage of what we pay based on the grid is based on our usage. So I'm not sure that other states' policies have that much of an effect on us, but we keep seeing it. My question is, in those prior reports, one of the organizing principles was lowering emissions, which was something that all the states in the region were doing at the time. And part of the reason that we had seen some success was that some of the original 10-year strategy reports, 3-year iteration, 3-year update, had said, we're first going to work on electric generation, and we're going to try and lower our dependence on fossil fuels in that sector. And they achieved their goals by around the time you guys were being put in place. So the other sectors involved are the housing and building sector, the transportation sector, there's agriculture, there's other places where there's emissions. But because we don't have that organizing principle anymore, we're no longer tracking in these reports any goals around housing, and whether we're updating those systems to get us off of out-of-state energy and make us more independent. So what I didn't see in the report, and I was taking notes about this, I see the concepts that you're focused on. I don't see concepts that the state had been traditionally focused on, like energy independence, which can affect costs. And so what are we doing for grid reliability? What are we doing for energy independence? What are we doing for fuel diversity, which means in-state stuff? Because it seems like we're passing bills that are going to put downward pressure on those in-state supplies. So I guess that's where I don't see any strategy, because we don't say anything around our local indigenous supply. This is what we have today. This is what we had prior. This is what we could have in the future, but we have no plans around any of it. So could you just speak to whether or not that's something that was considered in putting together the report?
Yeah, so there's always this tension here, right, of where do you want the state being self-sufficient in electricity generation or for other types of things. If you look at the stats, we're actually an electricity exporting state with Seabrook Nuclear Power Plant, providing a lot of that, base load, dispatchable, and carbon free electricity. And it's an enormous resource in the state. We operate as a regional grid. We also operate as a nation, right? And there are certain things that make economic sense to do here in New Hampshire that don't make economic sense to do somewhere else, and vice versa. So the idea of energy independence, right? It's who are we being independent from? Are we independent from the rest of the country? Are we independent from the rest of the region? Are we going to do everything ourselves, right? We don't grow all of our own food. We don't, clothes I'm wearing, were not built, made here. My boots, they're from LL Bean, they're from the next state over, right? There are certain things that within, the nation where you're talking about, right, that makes sense to do certain places, right? It does not make, absent, would you necessarily cite 1,000 megawatt wind farm in New Hampshire? Probably not. I think between the wind turbines that exist currently, there's on existing ridge lines, right, the availability of other land that would make sense for additional wind turbines is either protected as part of state parks, as conservation easements, or as part of the White Mountain National Forest. So, right, to say, okay, well, we want to have this type of resource, right? It may not make sense for us to have this type of resource. Regarding in terms of, I'm sorry, I lost the other part of your question.
It was a very lengthy
Yeah.
question. I'm not surprised that you lost parts of
It
it.
was a comment and then a question. But, I guess another way to look at it would be demand response, right? We don't have a plan around demand response. What are we going to do to try and improve that? We know the things that we should be pursuing, but in the report, we don't, to Representative Corman's point, we don't cite goals, we don't cite how we're going to get there. So there's no specificity in here in terms of what the state is going to pursue in order to achieve affordability, sustainability, reliability, right? Those things, there's no outcomes here.
Right. No, it's with a lot of these, again, given that we do not control the infrastructure ourselves, right? We regulate those who control the infrastructure. There are goals, right? We could set a goal. I have no idea, absent a docketed proceeding to actually pull apart all those things, I could set a goal and say, okay, I think this is what the number should be. And then realizing that the way that the system is designed or the architecture or all of those individual pieces, it would be a meaningless goal without having all of that detailed knowledge. So you could probably do a 500-page report just on what the number should be for demand response in terms of looking at all the individual pieces of the grid, what makes sense, what's the expense of the hardware and the software that goes into deploying those, what are the utilization factors that go into this? Is somebody actually going to participate versus are they not going to participate? Or are there easier ways to do the same thing, right? If you're looking at time of use rates, is that a more effective way to do it, which involves, sort of significant economic analyses where this is, I don't mean to just sort of do a deep dive on demand response, but it's sort of an example of this report could be, if you gave us $1 million, I'm not saying I know there's no money, but $1 million, there could be sort of that in-depth type of analysis on each of these individual areas that require either a lot of data from the utilities, which we'd have to, assuming that they agree with it or have some legislative direction to say you have to compel them to give this sort of data. On the emissions side of things, I think if you look at the information, I will say as an agency, that's DES's lane. DES they have a whole air resources division. Obviously, we talk to them pretty frequently. A lot of the emissions gains that were made in New England were actually a result of coal and oil going offline and natural gas coming on in its place. And I will say we don't avoid talking about buildings. There's a specific line in there about, density of housing, right? Because that's an important thing. But not only just because we need workforce, right? If you have more customers per line mile of whatever your infrastructure is, right? That's more ratepayers, which means you're reducing the prices on those per kilowatt hour charges and all those. But there's also the easy thing, right? If you have a shared wall on three sides of you with somebody else who's also heating their space, right? that's gonna save you. It's going to be more efficient. You're going to consume less energy just as a whole versus a standalone 2,500 square foot home somewhere.
I think that's going to have to be the last word. Excellent presentation, excellent discussion here this morning, and appreciate you being here. Appreciate you putting this together for us. Did a fantastic job, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you to testify on individual bills as we move through the session.
Bless
I
you.
would remind members that tomorrow from 10 to 12, New Hampshire DES, Environmental Services, will be here to do a presentation. They will be talking about a variety of things, including RGGI. And I'm sure that would be a venue for appropriate questions about emissions, et cetera.
So I will just add, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the time to speak today. I realize I stand between you and lunch. If folks want to follow up with specific things or have specific conversation, my door is always open. I might not get back to you right away, but because of other competing demands. But if there's topics folks want to do a deeper dive on, please happy to give me a call or tell your colleagues to give me a call.
Once again, we thank you. Well done. All right, so we're done here for the morning set part of our session. I'm going to call a pause in our meeting for lunch and ask everyone to be back here at 1 o'clock when we will hear from ISO New England. So I know I have a few questions to pose to the folks from ISO New England. I'm sure you do too. So be here ready to go at 1 o'clock and enjoy your lunch. Thank you. All right. I asked everyone to reassemble here promptly at 1 o'clock. And so we are going to get started with our afternoon presentation. But before we do that, I had set the stage for this legislative year earlier this morning when we began our business at 10 o'clock. And I mentioned that I did not know at that time how many of the ST&E bills were early bills. But I told you I would know that by noontime. And I have discovered that 14 of the ST&E bills are early bills. So they all have to be completed by the 12th of February, which is operationally basically means the 5th of February. So I will be scheduling all of the early bills between now and February 3rd. And with that, we'll turn to the afternoon portion of our session. And we have invited, and they have graciously accepted our invitation for ISO New England, the grid operator, to come and give us a presentation about the prospects for 2026 with regard to the operation of the grid. And so I'd like to turn it over to ISO New England and say welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Vose, and members of the committee. It is a pleasure to be here this afternoon. My name is Brendan Flaherty, and I am the State Policy Advisor and External Affairs for New Hampshire at ISO New England, and it is my pleasure to be here today with my colleague, Eric Johnson, the Executive Director for External Affairs. If my face looks familiar, it's not just because I was sitting in the back of the room this morning. It is that I've been here in the New Hampshire energy policy space for about 3 years now, and I joined ISO New England in September. So I'm happy to serve as the liaison for ISO for this committee and all state matters here in the Granite State. Before we kick off the presentation, just a quick note that it has been the ISO's practice over the years to invite committee members down. I know Representative Mattson and Representative Schneller and Representative Ploget, we were just discussing that a moment ago. The invitation is always open for you to come down to tour the facility. We'd be happy to host you. We also, just in terms of resources, our website has an abundance of resources for you to reference for your personal or professional pleasure. And as always, please reach out to me with any questions you might have. I'm here to be a liaison to you to help you answer any questions you might have about energy policy. Finally, just a quick plug. We'll discuss it maybe a little more in the presentation. Public trainings, the ISO does host public trainings for public officials. We have an ISO 101 course in Holyoke this October. So if you're interested in attending that, I know that's campaign season, please feel free to reach out to me. And with that, I'll turn it over to Eric Johnson.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Brendan. Mr. Chair, thank you for having us back. For the record, Eric Johnson, Executive Director, External Affairs for ISO New England. And so we were here in the beginning of the session, so I'm not going to walk through all the history of the ISO. I'm going to do a little bit of a overview of some of our key responsibilities, and then I'm going to talk about some of the work we've been doing since we met with you last. So we'll cover some organizational updates within our team, and then we have responsibilities for system planning and markets, so we'll talk about some developments there as well. And we have some leave-behinds with you on your seats, and some of those information materials are linked on our website. We also have a short video. We're not going to play that here today, but it's linked in the presentation. Brendan will make sure people have that electronically, so if you want to get the overview of the ISO, that is a resource that's available to you after today's presentation. Next slide. So when we think about what is the ISO's role for nearly 3 decades, we have been chartered under the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, to plan the transmission system, create, administer, and oversee the wholesale markets, and operate the bulk power system. And when I say bulk power system, just to be very clear, there are 2 grids. There's the high voltage transmission network that crisscrosses New England and ties in with our neighbors in New Brunswick, Quebec, and New York. And then there is the distribution system, which brings power from the high voltage system down into communities and businesses locally. And when we think about these three areas of responsibility, ISO New England, the independent system operator, we have a unique role in that we have no financial interest in any of the companies that participate in the wholesale market. That was by design. We are operating the bulk power system in agreement with the companies that actually own those assets. So the only assets for ISO New England are the main control center in Western Massachusetts and a backup facility in Connecticut. So when we say we operate the grid, we're working with companies like Eversource, Unitil, and they have agreements with us that they will operate their transmission networks under the coordinated operation of ISO New England. So you can think of us like air traffic control for the power grid. They each have their own service territories, but they're part of a much larger network that is managed by the ISO. When we think about the market administration role, when we first started in the early 1990s, we were simply operating the grid. There were no wholesale markets in the region. We created those markets in 1999. They've evolved over time. We can talk about some of the market design changes that are in the works this year. I know that's of interest to the chair. But all of the market design activity in New England goes through a stakeholder process here in the region. Then we bring that down to FERC for approval. So we don't do any unilateral changes to our market design without consulting with stakeholders, which includes public officials, and getting approval from FERC. And finally, and we'll talk about this in a little bit more detail, we have responsibility to look down the road to make sure that the transmission system, the bulk system, can support the demands for electricity for the 15 million people who live in New England. So we do a forecast every year. And if we see things like overloads of the transmission system because there's growth in electricity demand, we need to make sure that we have a plan to either reinforce that transmission or in some cases develop new transmissions so that we don't have reliability problems on the bulk power system. Another component of power system planning is that we oversee the interconnection of any new resources. So nobody is allowed to connect a new power plant to the grid without coordinating with the ISO and the local utility. We don't want any rogue assets plugging in and producing power because every asset that's connected to the system could have an impact on every other part of the network. So it's highly coordinated and a great deal of engineering analysis that goes into any new interconnections. Next slide. So there's some things that we don't do. I mentioned the wholesale side. We don't have a relationship directly with retail customers, so you won't see ISO New England on your bill. If you were to do some rough calculations, it would be about $1 to $2 per month for a typical customer for the services of ISO New England. But our customers really are the utilities and the companies that are buying and selling in the market. We bill them and they recover their costs, either through the market or through the retail rate structure in the region. As I mentioned, we don't own any assets. We don't own any generation. This is a little bit small. If you want to maybe just pop that up, I'll look over my shoulder. You will hear the ISO talk about fuel infrastructure in the region. We have situational awareness on the inventory of power plants that use oil, the nominations that gas plants use for natural gas when they're selling into the market. But we have no jurisdiction over anything on the fuel side. So we are operating only the electric transmission system and giving dispatch instructions to generators. And then when we think about new infrastructure, when it's time to build a power plant or a transmission line, the siting ultimately is under the jurisdiction of the states. And so you essentially define the rules for siting in your state. The ISO does not have a direct role. But we have to work in some ways together because if the ISO identifies a need and the transmission company brings that to siting, we would want the state to be able to cite something that would address a need in that state or in the region. So while we are regulated by FERC, we try to have an open line of communication with public officials in each of the 6 New England states. And finally, we don't plan the resource mix. So some people come to the ISO and say, well, shouldn't we be doing more fill in the blank? Shouldn't we have more nuclear power? Shouldn't we have more wind? Or shouldn't we have less of any of these things? And we don't have the authority to direct anybody to build anything, and we can't force anybody to retire any assets. So those are all business decisions of companies that are putting private capital into the marketplace. So this is a kind of a busy slide. I mentioned that we're regulated by FERC. We also have an independent board of directors that oversees our work. And there are two organizations that set reliability standards nationally and then in the Northeast that we must abide by. An example would be you can't let transmission lines overload. They heat up, and when metal heats up, it weakens or it sags, and it could make contact with the ground, and really bad things can happen. You think back to the blackout in 2003 out in the Midwest. The problems there cascaded out to the East Coast, and we had outages in New York City and Southwest Connecticut. So it's very important that all system operators abide by the reliability standards that are overseen by FERC, set by the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, and then those standards are tailored by the Northeast Power Coordinating Council for us up here in the northeastern part of the U.S. I covered the three responsibilities below, and then on the right-hand side there are two groups of people. There are the NEPOOL participants. Those are the companies that do have a financial interest in what's happening in the market. They own assets, they're buying and selling power. There are a number of sectors within the NEPOOL process, and those are the stakeholders that are involved in discussions about changes to the market rules in the region. The states are represented in that process. Some have opted to be members of NEPOOL. So in New Hampshire, as an example, the Office of Consumer Advocate is a voting member of NEPOOL, as are many of their colleagues in the other New England states. The Public Utility Commissions historically have opted not to be members of NEPOOL, but they have a seat at the table. They're active in the discussions, as well as the governor's representatives in the region. So that's the NEPOOL structure. And then we spend a lot of time working with public officials, other in the legislature, the governors, usually the governor's top energy people. So folks at the Department of Energy are very involved in regional discussions, the public utility commissioners and their staff as well. And I already mentioned the consumer advocate. And in New England, we have a consumer liaison group with a coordinating committee, and currently Don Crease is the co-chair of the regional CLG coordinating committee. So he has a role both within NEPOOL, but also within the CLG, and the CLG is open to anybody who's interested. So there are a lot of entry points for the public officials who might be interested in the work that we're doing. So you don't have to be a member of NEPOOL to follow this work, and almost everything that we do is posted on our website, so there's a lot of transparency about that. Next slide. So this is a look over the shoulder of one of our system operators in Holyoke, and so they're looking at a lot of displays, a lot of data that's coming in to the ISO, and while they are operating the system, they're really evaluating data and giving instructions to the operators at the transmission companies and the power plants. So no power plant comes on without instructions from the ISO, because they're only operating if we say we need the resources for that day. So all of that is coordinated through Holyoke. So on the organizational side, we have a new CEO, Gordon Van Wheely, who had been at the helm for several decades, has retired, and our former Chief Operating Officer, Vamsi Shatalavada, he goes by Vamsi. He is the new CEO as of January 1. So you might start to hear and see Vamsi's face in the news, and he's kind of making the rounds in the region. He's been involved deeply on the operations side for many years at the ISO, and we're happy to have him as our new chief. So I'm sure you'll get to meet him at some point. Next slide. So on the system planning side, I mentioned the interconnection of resources, and there's a big transition that's underway. When you think about how historically the ISO has evaluated new proposals that want to connect to the system, it used to be like going to the deli. You go up to that little wheel and you pull the ticket off, and they call you in the order of the number that you have from the deli. And so we would do a first come, first serve for all of the interconnection studies. And that's been not only policy here at ISO New England, but it's been across the country. That had a number of challenges. One is you could have some projects that get into the queue. They might have a higher queue position, but they might not be moving forward. And so everybody else has to wait behind them. It's also not very efficient to study each project individually. So we developed the concept of studying projects in clusters. And so that process started in New England, in Maine. We've recently introduced that in Massachusetts for the offshore wind. And then FERC gave us some direction to revamp how we administer queues as ISOs. So we now have a cluster process in place. And so we've shifted from first come, first serve to first ready, first serve. So we've shared what's in the queue previously. The number was pretty big. We had almost 40,000 megawatts of generation in the ISO queue last time we were here. Our system peaks at about 25,000. So we don't need all of those resources to be developed overnight, but that's an indication of what developers are interested in building here in New England. So when FERC said, ISOs, you should move to this cluster approach, they also said, we're going to raise the entry requirements for generators that want to come into the queue. And why would you want to do that? You want to weed out the resources that are really speculative. And so some companies might be thinking, I'm going to study one project in this location, one over in that location, and then I'm going to hedge my bets and I'm going to look at this location as well. But I'm not going to build all three of those. And so FERC has said, well, let's raise the bar so you really only are asking the ISO to study the project that has the most likelihood of being built. So it's a much more efficient approach. So the cost of getting into the queue is higher. And FERC in its reforms fall under what's called Order 2023. They've also established penalty structures. So if the ISOs don't fulfill the studies in a timely manner, we can get fined for that. So there's more pressure on the developers that want to enter the queue, and there's higher stakes for the ISOs that are doing the technical analysis. So in October, we started what we're calling a transitional cluster. So we will eventually be in cluster mode. So each year we will be studying batches or clusters of projects. We expect the first cluster will start in the end of 2026, but we're in the sort of transitional cluster space right now. Some of the projects that hadn't been in the queue before are being carried forward into that. And then if you want to go to the next slide, I think we've got some, we'll show some numbers of that in just a moment.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, and thank you for taking the question. I'm a little unclear on the clusters. How do you decide what goes into a cluster? What would be the size of a cluster? And when you say it's first ready, what does ready really mean?
Ready means in part you're willing to make the financial commitment to enter the queue. Somebody might come forward and have an idea for a project, and this slide kind of gets to that. You start with the interconnection request. It's the basics of what your project would look like. But the developer would also have to give very detailed information about, well, what kind of a turbine are they planning? What's the manufacturer? You can't just come in and say, well, we want to build a gas plant or a wind plant, and that's not enough for us to study it. So in order for an application to be complete, you'd have to give detailed information about that. And if you make changes along the way, which we've seen, that slows down the study process as well. So some company might say, well, we're starting with manufacturer X, but now we got a really good deal from a different manufacturer. So we need to make sure that ready means you're committed to this particular technology and this particular vendor for this project. Otherwise, the models have to be rerun. So the clusters, right now we have one cluster for New England. We started this approach in areas like northern Maine, where there was a lot generation in the queue previously for land-based wind. We're now looking at sort of a system-wide cluster approach. So we'll talk about the transition cluster in a moment and give you a sense of the size of how big that project is.
Representative Reynolds has a question on this topic.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick one. What is the smallest generation asset that is subject to, sort of the entry process for of the bulk power system? Like a 5 megawatt solar field, is that big enough?
The threshold typically is 5 megawatts.
Oh, okay.
And so what we see is people don't put in a project for 5 megawatts. They put in a project for 4.9 megawatts because they want to come into the jurisdiction of the state queues, not the ISO queue. So that is, that's one of the key thresholds is 5 5 megawatts. But most of what's in the queue is bigger than that.
So it's going to be 4.9 or 25.
Yeah, I mean, there are some that are just above 5, but we tend to find that's kind of the line where a lot of resources decide, do I want to be in the transmission system, or am I going to go the state jurisdictional route under the distribution system?
I have a question. You're using the interconnection fee as a way to find out who's serious and who's not, who's ready and who's not. Is that true?
That is one component. Yeah, so a project that in the past might have been able to write a relatively small check to be studied would now have to write, if it was, tens of thousands, might be $1 million.
Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Really quick, just for clarification, I think I know the answer. When you study clusters, that's irrespective of the type of generation, correct?
Yeah, well, typically, as we'll see, there's a number of different types of projects that are in the queue. So, yeah, you could have a cluster that only has wind, as an example. We had that up in Maine, but that's all that was being proposed in that area. But there could be other types of projects. And let's think about why you do a cluster study. You expect that there will be transmission upgrades that are needed in order to interconnect these resources. You could strike gold, I suppose, and find a point on the transmission system where you can interconnect a generator with very little transmission requirements. So, that could happen. But generally, we expect those sites get used up, and then you're going to have to build more transmission. So the cluster will say, here's the transmission that's needed to support these projects. And then if you're in the cluster, you are allocated a share of the cost of that transmission, rather than having to pay for all of the transmission just because you're the first project to be developed in that area.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Yeah, thank you. If you have implemented these changes to the interconnection process, do you have an idea of how much the queue has shrunk, and what is
Yes.
the size of it now?
We're going to show you that
Okay,
in just a moment. Good question.
thank you.
All right, so we'll just pause here. So the flow of this process, there's an interconnection request that comes to us. We lead these studies. We do this in coordination with the interconnecting utility. So if it's a generator that wants to interconnect to the Eversource system, then Eversource is part of that study work as well. The cluster study will identify the upgrades that are required for that project to connect. And then if the developer is moving forward, then we would reach an interconnection agreement between ISO, the developer of the power generator, and the interconnecting utility. And then they can move forward to construction. So these are all happening at the wholesale level. As I mentioned earlier, if a project is being built, it's got to go through siting. So that would be outside of this process. So the developer needs to manage getting through siting and getting approval from the state, and getting through the interconnection process and getting approval from the ISO. And when they do siting relative to this is really up to the developer. Sometimes they start the interconnection process at the regional level. Sometimes they start at the siting. But those are parallel pathways. All right, next slide. So what's in this transitional cluster? So this is the one that started this past fall. This study will be ongoing for most of 2026. And you can see kind of the breakout geographically. And on the left-hand side, so you've got one of the projects in the transition cluster is in New Hampshire. And then what are the types? A lot of batteries, a couple of solar projects, and some wind projects. So that's just the transitional cluster. If you go to the next slide, you can see sort of then and now. The queue before we implemented these reforms on the left-hand side had almost 37,000 megawatts of resources. The makeup of the queue was mostly wind and batteries, and then we were starting to see some solar come onto the system. Natural gas is like a 1% sliver in 2025. If you back up 7 years, gas was like 50%. But nobody's proposing new gas-fired generation now, so it's not presently in our queue. It's not prohibited, but it's not what's being proposed at the time. So then you implement this new FERC policy, first ready, first served, and we see that the queue has shrunk. So we now have about 14,000 megawatts. So to Representative Kaplan's question, we've seen the effect FERC raising the entry requirements for resources to come into the queue. But you'll notice that the makeup is still pretty similar. It's not like wind went away or something new came in. We're still just dealing with a smaller number of the same type of resources. Right, right. And as I mentioned, our system right now, we have adequate resources. So most of these are coming online for really two reasons: to meet future needs or to meet a different kind of energy attribute that the states want. So the ISO doesn't open the queue and say, we want a certain type. We're going to study whatever comes forward. But the state policies in New England are a big driver in terms of what actually shows up in the queue.
Representative Schneller has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is one of the gating issues, if that's the right word, financial viability of the technology, whether it's, so for instance, if it was Commonwealth Fusion, the first electron coming out of that will be about $3 billion. That's expensive electricity.
Yeah, it's a great question, because this process is really only looking at the engineering of the interconnection. So if you were proposing that fusion project, you would have to have the financial backing to make that project work. The cost of the interconnection would be a sliver of your cost of developing that asset in all likelihood. So you wouldn't want to go through this process unless you had something that was commercially viable, because you would end up paying for something that you couldn't develop, as an example. That answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So there's been a lot of interest in nuclear in the times we've been before this committee. So we have seen nuclear in the queue in recent years, but it's typically existing nuclear plants find a way to increase the output of their existing plant. So anytime you change the capability of your plant, you have to come to the ISO because it affects how the system operates. But we have not seen new proposals for new greenfield or small modular reactors yet. But the queue is open to them if they decide they want to come in. Okay, next slide. So we're going to shift from the interconnection of resources to the transmission planning side. So we work very closely with the states. In this case, I'll reference the New England States Committee on Electricity. The governor appoints a manager from NESCO for each state, and in New Hampshire, typically the DOE Commissioner Jared Chicoine has been the NESCO manager. So he and his team would be at the seat at the table with the other NESCO managers talking with the ISO. And they came to us several years ago in 2020, and there was a aspirational vision for interconnecting more resources to the system. And so they said, ISO, can you look beyond your current planning horizon for transmission? And as I mentioned earlier, we look out about 5 to 10 years. And so they said, well, our goals on the policy side may go out to 2035, 2040, 2050. And so we want you to stretch your planning horizon. So we started to think about that process. We had to get permission from FERC to do that. So we ran a study. It was called the 2050 Transmission Study. And it was looking at what would the transmission system need to look like in New England to support future loads in the 2050 timeframe. And what would be driving that forecasted growth in electricity use? It would be electrification. So if you think about electrifying buildings and transportation, that would drive not only demand on the distribution system, but ultimately in the bulk power system. And so we did this study. It was all very public. The content is available on our website. There's many presentations about it. But that led to a process where the state said, we want to be able to issue an RFP for transmission based on what you studied in this longer term plan. So we started down that path. We created the LTTP process, the longer term transmission planning, and longer term just means beyond 10 years. And if you go to the next slide. So we issued an RFP in March of last year, and the proposals were due in September. We had 6 different proposals of various kinds. When we talk about transmission, there's kind of 2 types, AC, alternating current transmission. Most of the transmission in New England and in the US is AC transmission. So power is going to move based on wherever the demand is. There is also a high voltage direct current, or HVDC transmission. That typically is built between regions, and power only flows in one direction at a time. So as an example, any transmission that we have to Quebec, by their requirements, has to be HVDC or DC transmission. It still provides the same basic service, your moving power background, but we got proposals from both types. The states had some requirements for us when we developed the RFP. First of all, they wanted to be able to interconnect 1,200 megawatts of new resources in northern Maine. So there's lots of resource potential in that region. There's not a lot of transmission. In fact, if you look at one of the transmission maps, we'll get them a new transmission map while they're here. It used to be on the committee's wall. But if you look at the top, you'll see Maine, and it's all white, and there's no transmission, and there's a little bit of transmission at the top. So once you get into the county, you're at the edge of the transmission system. But that's where the resource potential is. And so the state said, let's find ways to build transmission so that you can connect resources in that area and then move them down into southern New England. So I think New Hampshire DOE, when they were involved in these discussions, looked at this transmission as an opportunity to access additional supply that's right here in the region. We got a pretty wide range of project cost estimates from $1 billion to $4 billion. We're unpacking that right now, working with the transmission owners to get their estimates of what it would cost to build some of this transmission. And the targeted in-service date at the end of this RFP, if we select a project, would be in the 2035 timeframe. So some of the bidders said we can do something a little bit sooner than that. But when you think about transmission, it takes a long time to plan, design, get it through siting. So this is like a very early look at the types of transmission that is under consideration. And so we plan to evaluate this. It's going to take most of the year. We'll come back in the fall and share with you and other folks in New England, what's come out of that RFP. But we're in the engineering and evaluation for those proposals right now. You have a question?
This has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. In terms of the transmission, the process you just mentioned, is there a study going on now, or how would you see a way to vastly shorten the transmission, the time it takes to approve transmission systems so we can get more online?
Are you talking about at the regional level or at the state level? Or both? I mean,
I'd say anywhere. I mean, the transmission is transmission. So if someone is proposing new generation, or if you need new generation, at least in the past, one of the lag periods was getting transmission up to speed. Yeah. Is there a way? Is there something being done now to figure out how we can shorten that approval time period?
I would say one of the biggest factors affecting transmission, this is my observation, is that you can design a project that meets an objective at the state or regional level, but you need to get buy-in from the communities to allow that project to get sited and built. And so New Hampshire is a classic case of there was a big project that wanted to come in, bring additional power from Quebec, and that project was evaluated by the ISO. I'm talking about the Northern Pass project. We signed off on the interconnection, and then it died at the site evaluation committee. So that was their judgment that this was not in the best interest of the people of New Hampshire. So ultimately, a different project got built and went through Maine, but you have to get buy-in from the people who are in the community where these projects are going to be developed. So we just see that type of not in my backyard reaction to a lot of these transmission projects.
So what you're saying basically is that the lag period is within the state in their siting procedures.
Well, in that particular case, I think that was a big factor. This RFP is the first time we've done a regional RFP in response to a request from NESCO, and the ISO's role has really changed. So if we were here 5 years ago and we talked about transmission planning, we would have said we identify a need and we design the solution. FERC has said we're going to move to a different model where the ISOs are evaluating proposals that come in from bidders. So we didn't know what the bidders were going to submit in September. And now we're like opening the package to figure out, okay, well, what did they propose to address the needs that we developed in coordination with NESCO? So there's some complexity to being the first time through on this. I'm sure there's going to be lessons learned in how we did that. And probably when we're back here in January, if that's your pleasure, we can give you an update on like how long it takes to get through this process. I think the region, if we want to build transmission for needs other than reliability, is going to have a conversation about how do we get buy-in for, you know, building. It's like you're building a highway system, right? It's got to go through somebody's community, but it's for the greater good. So, all right, back on the LTTP, there's a summary of the bids on the website, so that is transparent. We don't identify the developers. That's confidential during this phase of the RFP evaluation process, but there's a presentation and a report. So if you or your constituents say, I've heard about this ISO RFP, you know, what's in it? There's a lot of information that's available on the website, and it's linked here in the presentation. Next slide. So we're going to shift from building new transmission to thinking about some of the existing transmission that is at the end of its service life. And so we call these transmission assets asset condition projects. This has been a very big issue in the region. There's been a fair amount of controversy about this, and there's some tension about like what is the ISO's role when we think about these asset condition projects. So historically, our role has been very limited. Transmission company would come to the ISO and say, I have this transmission asset and it needs to be replaced for whatever reason. It's worn out, it's past its useful life, it's damaged. And the ISO would simply look to make sure that the replacement that they're proposing can be interconnected reliably to the grid without causing adverse impacts on anybody else. We are not looking at, should this be done? We're not looking at the cost of this because we don't have any jurisdiction over that. So the process for the ISO to plan transmission system for reliability falls within, you know, one part of the tariff that's been approved by FERC, and the oversight of asset condition projects is through a separate transmission tariff that the transmission owners take directly to FERC. So people have been asking, well, can we kind of bridge those two worlds? Can we create a role for the ISO to oversee these asset condition projects? We have a limited role in evaluating the reliability aspects of it. And so we've agreed to do that. And there's a new process called the Asset Condition Reviewer. It's going to move forward in 2 phases. We've announced this as part of our work plan for this year and into 2027. So we're going to look at developing a new process to review asset condition projects broadly across the region. And we have agreement with the New England States Committee on Electricity to do this, as well as the transmission owners. We would ultimately be bringing a proposal down to FERC that would put ISO in the advisory role in this. But that process is going to take all of 2026. We'll probably file it at the beginning of 2027. It's a big undertaking, and we don't have the technical capability within our 2025 team, so we're going to have to bring on some staff to do that. But the states have said, well, that's one dimension, but can you do something in the interim? So we've said yes. So we've identified a number of projects, representative projects around the region that we would begin to review on an interim basis. So this presentation is linked to some more of those details, but we have started to move forward with evaluating these types of asset condition projects. Now, we put some qualifications on that. We said we're not going to be going to siting, and we're not going to be making an opinion and intervening in siting to say this is the right solution. We're not going to tell the transmission owners what they should bring forward for asset condition projects. It's their facilities. It falls under FERC jurisdiction. So there's some sort of governance issues that are being worked out and will be discussed over the course of this year. But I think we've gotten a breakthrough in this area, and some people want us to take on more responsibility or do more of this faster, and I think we're trying to take a measured approach to this to make sure that we can walk before we run when we're evaluating something new. So when you hear about asset condition projects, you're talking about all the existing infrastructure that over time will need to be upgraded or replaced. So that's very high-level overview of our work in the asset condition space. I think we got another slide on this. Yeah, there is a article that's linked here from our ISO Newswire that provides some additional information. Okay, next slide. So,
Representative Bernardi would like to ask a question.
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding asset conditioning, I believe those costs are socialized across all 6 states, and every state is tasked with the percentage irrespective of where the conditioning is happening. Is that true?
Yes, generally. So it is a transmission asset. So if you build a new transmission project in New England for reliability, we all share in the cost of that based on each region's share of the total demand, essentially. So New Hampshire's percentage of New England's total energy usage is sort of the share of what you would pay for the transmission. And a similar framework is in place for the asset condition. All right, so we'll move into some of the conflict around developing new resources and what's happening in DC. So the Department of Interior, BOEM, Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, they issued a stop work order for the Revolution Wind Project at the latter part of 2025. We issued a statement on that saying that delaying the project would increase risks to reliability. It's not common for the ISO, I would say, to sort of weigh in on federal policy making like that. But we've spent a lot of time studying these projects. The Revolution Wind Project is just one example. They've followed the rules, they've gone through the process, and we've started to count on those wind projects in our future studies. So if they've come through the queue, maybe they've got their siting approval, we're assuming that the output of those facilities would be available to us as a grid operator in the future. And so to kind of take that away from a project at the very end of that process sort of undermines our ability and confidence in other resources to be able to come forward. So we issued that statement. Subsequently, the Department of Interior paused offshore wind leases later in the year, which affected 2 projects in New England, Revolution, as we mentioned earlier, and then Vineyard Wind. And so we issued a follow-on statement. So you might wonder, well, why is ISO weighing in on these things? There really aren't other resources in the queue right now. So I think, as some of you observed, it's primarily wind, batteries, and solar. Nobody's proposing, gas-fired generation at the moment, and SMRs are probably, it's premature, hopefully in our lifetimes, but we're not seeing it right now. So if you take away the one resource that has moved through the process, it makes our job more difficult as a system operator. And it raises a question of, well, as a region, what are we going to use to power our future energy needs? And I don't have that answer today, but these statements are designed to just show that these resources, which have followed the rules and moved through our process, and we spent a lot of time studying, are important to our planning purposes here in the region.
Representative Kaplan would like to ask you a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you've already answered my question, but I'm going to ask it anyways, because I think maybe you could drill down on this is, if we don't have those resources on the grid, on the regional grid, I think it's 18 gigawatts of potential offshore wind in the next 10 or 15, whatever years it was supposed to be. What is going to replace that? You say you don't have the answer, but is that good? Is ISO, I mean, is that good enough for us in the ISO to just not have an answer to that?
Well, when I talked about the amount that's in the queue and what our current demand is, our demand today is 25,000 megawatts. We don't need those resources tomorrow or next year, or probably in 5 years, to be developed. But if we see the load growth take off substantially, if we electrify everything in New England, transportation and buildings, then we're going to need those resources. And so it's kind of a question of, do you have new resources coming on fast enough to match the new loads that are coming on? to the system. And I'm not even talking about like data centers. That's kind of a whole different category. But we have enough resources today without what's in the queue to operate the grid and meet our current needs. It really is a question of how fast is the load going to grow. And the 2050 study we mentioned earlier shows that in that time frame, the demand on the power grid would more than double. So in that scenario, you need a massive amount of new generation into the region. So some of it could be imports. Some of it could be offshore wind, land-based wind. The transmission we talked about for Maine would develop resources up in northern New England. So I don't have the answer, but we're thinking about that all the time, and we'll keep you posted on what the opportunities look like.
Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, in reference to what you just said, in your study or evaluation, would the current policy that the Department of Interior has administered, would that affect any decisions, either controlled or even uncontrolled by your part, on any future retirements of what we currently have there, particularly in New England?
Well, what I'm referencing on this slide are efforts that would interrupt new resources that are trying to come online. There are mechanisms within the Federal Power Act that give the Department of Energy the authority to hold resources from retiring. That's kind of separate from what we're talking about here. Typically, a resource would go to the Department of Energy, probably with their grid operator, and say, we have a reliability need. This resource probably was going to retire, but we need approval from the federal government to allow it to run on maybe on an interim basis or a temporary basis. So that is a tool in the toolbox. It's not something that we've seen exercised here in New England. But New England also does not have a large fleet of coal plants. And obviously, you know the developments here in New Hampshire. So the last coal power plants in New England are here, and they've announced plans. They've retired. So it's not like you can say, well, we've got a whole group of power plants that we're just going to keep, right? You know, Brayton Point shut down, Bridgeport Harbor shut down, Merrimack, they're all shutting down.
I know you're going to talk about changes to capacity markets here in a few minutes, but Representative Harrington asked me to ask you this question. If the changes you're planning to make require that only existing generation can bid into capacity markets, how does that help? How does that prevent new generation, which also tends to use future capacity obligations to help get financing? How does that new generation get built?
Well, the queue I mentioned is an evaluation of the engineering and the interconnection of the projects. Most of what we're seeing in the queue is because there are procurements that have been led by the states in New England that have said we're going to buy a particular type of resource, offshore wind, solar, batteries. And so that really is the policy that's driving what's in the queue. The capacity market design originally was to attract and maintain sufficient resources in the region, and I think it's done that. There's a lot of controversy around the capacity market itself, but there's no guarantee on the ISO, buying new resources through the capacity market. I think it will serve its purpose, but I think you're also going to see the states procuring resources that come into the market as well. I don't see the capacity market as the sole vehicle to finance new resources. And I understand Representative Harrington's not here today, but I'd be happy to take this up with him offline. All right, so on the market side, this is a great segue, Mr. Chairman. So the capacity market goes back to about 2010. We do a forecast every year. What are the region's demands for electricity 3 years out into the future? And we run an auction typically in February. And then resources participate in that auction. Every existing power plant in New England we take as a given that it's going to stay in the market unless they say, I want to get out. And then we take proposals for new resources. And everybody starts with a really high price, and then we drop the price and drop the price and drop the price until we have just enough resources to meet the demand. And so if you offer a really high priced resource into the capacity market, there's a good chance you're not going to get selected. So you won't get financing and your project probably doesn't get built. So we've done this on a forward basis. The original thinking is that there's a lead time for new resources to get built. So if it had been through siting, you could probably develop a project, a power plant in 3 years. That was sort of the nature of it. But we're not seeing those types of generators in the queue presently. So we filed with FERC in December a proposal for what we call a prompt auction. So we're going to bring the time frame right up to when it's needed. So we'll run an auction in the early part of the year, and then the time of need will be June 1 of that year. So it does a couple of things. It takes the ISO out of the position of checking the milestones for projects. Like, did you get your permits? Did you complete your construction? Do you have site control? All the things that you would have to need. We're doing that now. We've said we don't want to be in that business. We have some generation that committed in earlier auctions that never got built. We call that phantom generation. So that's another challenge with a longer term market. And there's always the question of what is the forecast really? So we're pretty good at forecasting what the demand is going to be 6 months out. But as you stretch that to 3 months out, that forecast is not as good. So now through the capacity market in what we're calling a prompt auction, we know that the forecast is going to be pretty solid because it's going to be within that 6 month time frame.
Said 3 months out, you meant 3 years out.
Currently is 3 years out. We're going to move to a market design, which is prompt. So the auction will be run probably in February, like it is now, for resources that are needed in June. So it'll be a couple months between the time we run the auction and when the resources have to show up. What that also does, it means you can't participate in the auction unless you are already commercial, right? So if somebody says, well, I want to do an SMR, we say, don't waste your time. If it's not commercial, don't even bother bidding. So the offshore wind project has to be online and operating before they would even participate in the auction. So it's just different times require evolution of the market design. So that is pending at FERC. It's been in discussion with stakeholders for over a year now. The second part of the market design is under discussion in 2026, and I'll maybe pause for a question in just a moment. We're looking at a seasonal market. So currently we have an annual auction, and we're looking at summer and winter capacity auctions. So some resources might say, I can offer the region capacity in the summer, but not in the winter, or vice versa. So if I can only do one or the other under the current framework, I can't participate. So going to a seasonal market gives us the ability to attract resources that have different characteristics. And so that's under discussion now. We expect that we'll make a filing for the seasonal auction. I think it's on the next slide. At the end of 2026 and into 2027. So we're kind of staging this project, but that's the big change, moving from a forward market to a prompt market.
Representative Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. So was it the case that when you had the forward capacity market with a 3-year horizon, were you sometimes paying assets that were in development? You were awarding them a revenue stream. They were financing and getting built based on, oh, we're going to be paid to exist. And sometimes they didn't turn out to exist. And then you had paid people that never came into the market?
It's a great question. So when we run the auction, that is setting the capacity price for the beginning of the commitment period. So just because you clear in the auction in February doesn't mean you're getting any money until you are operating 3 years into the future. Yep. So it's just setting a price.
So no.
Yep.
You never pay people, but they didn't always materialize.
Yeah. You know,
Remind members not to speak without turning on your mic because the live stream audience can't really hear what you're saying.
what's our next?
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, and thanks for taking the question. So in this capacity auction, you mentioned wind. I would think that the capacity auction could be only for dispatchable resources, and I don't think of wind as dispatchable. Am I right?
Well, that gets to another component of the design, which we call the accreditation. So in order to participate in the capacity market, you have to be qualified. You have to demonstrate to the ISO that this project is real and what its capability is. So if you think about a gas-fired power plant, for example, maybe it's 300 megawatts. As long as they have fuel, they can produce maybe 275 to sometimes 300 megawatts. So we're not paying any resources based on their nameplate or maximum output capability. We're paying them based on what they can actually produce. So for a wind resource, let's say it's a 300 megawatt wind farm, well, their capacity factor might be 30%. So we're only paying them through the capacity auction for what they are actually contributing, not what they're capable of on a really windy day. So the market is designed to adjust the payments based on the actual output. That's why we're sort of resource agnostic. We don't care which resources are running as long as we're getting the megawatts that people commit to.
For this seasonal market design that you are thinking about proposing, say I'm a wind farm, and in the winter, the wind blows a lot more steadily than it does in the summer. So can I bid one price for the winter and a different price for the summer?
Yes, potentially, because it would be a different auction. Now you can, in any market, you can always bid, I guess, whatever you want, but you take the risk that if your bid is too high, you don't clear and you don't run and you don't get paid. So the markets provide sort of a natural incentive to resources to offer the lowest price they can, so they get selected in the market. But yeah, currently, if you think about offshore wind, their output is stronger than most land-based wind because you have a constant offshore breeze. And our studies have shown that the production of offshore wind in the wintertime is pretty robust. So, that's a good pairing between New England's load in the winter and offshore wind because we would get a lot of output. And we'll start to see that as the Vineyard Wind and Revolution projects come online. We'll have data on that. Mr. Chairman, I just want to be mindful of time. We're at an hour, so we've covered the substance of this presentation. The last couple slides are simply highlighting some additional information resources. This is our team available to you. The next slide shows, I think, a bunch of webinars. So if people want to learn about the studies that we're doing, we make this available in a easy to follow format. The next slide is wanted to highlight the Consumer Liaison Group meetings. The dates have been set for this year. This does rotate around the region. In September, we were in New Hampshire, and we'll be back to New Hampshire in a few years. But all of these meetings are available hybrid, so you can attend virtually, come in person. There's no charge. Registration is very straightforward, and we'd be happy to get people signed up if they're interested. So that's our presentation, and feel free to follow with me or Brendan if you have any information needs after this.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. So now we'll move into the question and answer period. We have roughly a half hour to ask questions of these folks. So I'll start with Vice Chair Thomas.
I'll save mine for later. I'll save mine for later.
Oh, okay. We'll start with Representative McGee then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Johnson and Brendan, for being here. You just said, we were talking about wind, and you said when they come online. So what has been the effect of the change in policy at the federal level in terms of the wind projects that were planned offshore here in New England? Because that's a lot of energy, so
Yeah.
I'm just wondering,
If you
where are they at?
If you start with the largest universe, the states have set targets for procuring offshore wind. Massachusetts, I think, had a target around 5,000 megawatts. So the potential for what the states could procure is pretty large. What they've actually procured is smaller. And then what has been awarded and started construction is even smaller. So right now we have Revolution Wind and Vineyard Wind are under construction, and Vineyard Wind is nearly complete. So the impact of the federal policy is that it's disrupted the development of other projects that the states had aspirations to develop. But I would say we have some. We won't get as much as we expected in the next few years. Under this administration, they have set a clear indication that they're not supportive of offshore wind, and they've tried to shut down projects that are nearly complete. So recently, the court, as recently as yesterday, I think the court denied some of those actions. So you'll see some projects moving forward. But this is a lot of foreign investment that's coming in, foreign vessels that are doing the installation on these projects. So the developers have to coordinate years in advance to get this equipment ready. So while we might have seen potential for tens of thousands of megawatts of offshore wind, we'll probably see, a couple thousand in the near term.
Any further questions? Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you pardon me, my question is a rather parochial question. I'm a member of the National Conference of State Legislators. I sit on the Natural Resources Energy Environment Committee and the Energy Supply Task Force they have there. We receive a lot of briefings at our annual summits. I always see other ISOs at those conferences giving presentations, MISO for one. We hear a lot about what's going on in their region, particularly with current energy needs for various things. I never see ISO New England there. I never see a presentation from our ISO. I feel rather isolated since I'm usually one of the few New England people sitting there. Is there a reason, or is there some way that that you would perhaps contribute in the future for those NCSL annual conferences?
So we were part of the NCSL conference in Boston this summer. We were invited to be a part of the Energy Staff Network presentation. ISO New England, PJM participated. They called and said, would you participate? It was a Sunday, so I drove to Boston. We had a pretty robust turnout of legislative staff from NCSL. There were a few members who were there. So I'm sorry I missed you at that particular event, but we are always available if NCSL or CSG or any of the legislative conferences invite us in to talk. We're more than happy to do that. And if you want to advocate for us to participate in other sessions, you can tell them that Eric Johnson said that ISO New England will be there.
I actually was there, and you were there, but I always like to hear more from our own ISO there. Maybe I was just kind of curious if it was because maybe our ISO doesn't have the problems that the other ISOs have, and so therefore there may be differences. I'm just kind of curious. That's all. But being Boston, you were there. I did see you, but it was kind of a small input from.
Well, they set the agenda, so wherever they want us, we'll take center stage next time if they give us the opportunity. Thank you.
I have a question. The controversies here in New Hampshire surrounding asset condition projects involve questions about whether the investments being made are prudent or not. Because under FERC rules, there is a presumption of prudency for an asset condition project. And there is speculation that the utilities who build these transmission projects can get away with building virtually anything they want without any kind of real prudency review. So is your assumption of some responsibility here for evaluating these projects going to look at the economic prudency of these projects, or is it just going to focus on the reliability aspects of building these asset condition projects?
That's a great question. That's been at the heart of a lot of the discussions about the structure that we're proposing. And we cannot administer a process where the ISO is making judgment on the prudency of a project. We are not a regulator. We do not have the authority or the structure or the expertise to make those judgments. The regulator is FERC. So if there is a presumption of a project being prudent, then the place to discuss that matter is before FERC. We don't have that authority. And I'll qualify my comments by saying I'm not a lawyer and I can't advise you on that. But when we set up the structure, we said there are a few qualifications for us to be involved. And one of them is we said we cannot make a judgment on the prudency of the projects just because we don't have that capability.
All you're doing then is evaluating whether the asset condition project contributes to reliability for the overall bulk transmission grid?
Well, that's what we do currently. So that's already happening as part of the process. The transmission company would come to the ISO. They would identify what assets they're replacing, and we would make sure that it could be interconnected, that the change would be reliable. What we're talking about is providing some broader visibility across New England about the sort of the scope of how many asset condition projects are coming forward. The New England States Committee on Electricity has worked very closely with the transmission owners to kind of standardize the reporting on this. We have multiple transmission owners with multiple different processes for cataloging and inventorying these projects. So I think this is really a first step in providing some more visibility to the region. So I think we're doing a lot in terms of what our capabilities are in the interim period, and then I'm happy to keep you apprised on the development of the structure over the course of the next year, but it will be more than simply the ISO evaluating the reliability of the project. That it'll be building on that current foundation.
Basically, you'll be accumulating data about all the different asset condition projects that are planned or are underway,
Yes.
so that you can inform people who are asking questions about what's happening or what's expected to happen in the not too distant future. Okay,
And
I
as an
understand now.
example, Mr. Chair, somebody may go into the siting proceeding. It won't be the ISO, but they may say, we have Exhibit A is this opinion that came from ISO New England on this particular asset condition project. So it's providing information to policymakers, regulators, and the public on sort of our view of those individual asset condition projects.
Representative Summers has a question.
Mr. Chairman, and just to follow up on that, just so I understand. So if the state, if I understand correctly, if the state of Massachusetts has, let's say, one of these projects requires hundreds of miles of transmission lines, then it is, and they go into service, because the asset condition is actually shared across all the other states. That means that no matter how big this project is and how it's projected, it's split among the other states. The other states don't have any say of how much this costs, correct?
Our authority will not be to block or stop any of the asset condition projects. That's not what's envisioned in this stage of the process. Remember, all of this still falls under the jurisdiction of FERC. So it's a step for the ISO to move into the space, and we're going to need FERC's approval on this at the end of this year as we're developing this process. So I would say, to some degree, the answer to that question is not fully defined. There will be more clarity on that by the end of the year. But we're not going to say, if another state is developing a project that we don't think is prudent, we're going to block that asset condition project. We're not representing that we will have that authority. We don't
Vice
have
Chair-
it today, and that's not part of what we're contemplating.
Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In line with what your asset condition evaluation would be, does that include an evaluation of whether or not there are and will be enough dispatchable resources to back up any, project in the future?
I would look at asset condition replacement projects separate from the resource side of the system. We're not looking at any type of generation when we're looking at the asset condition piece. We look at the resource needs through the capacity market and through our annual forecasting. So I don't see a connection there. If you want to reframe that, I'd be happy to consider it.
I guess perhaps I was misunderstanding what you were evaluating, but when you go to look at resources that want to come online, and let's, for instance, say they're some sort of renewable, when you evaluate them, do you also look at the fact that there always has to be a dispatchable resource available to back up those types of resources? Is that a consideration when you evaluate those requests?
Okay, thank you for rephrasing that. I have a better understanding of your question. That's not asset condition discussions, but assets, we're really only talking about transmission, but we think of generation as assets as well. When we evaluate a project to interconnect to the system as a new resource, most of what we have now is not dispatchable. It's producing power when the sun shines and the wind blows, and then batteries can sort of bank that energy to discharge later. We are not looking in the interconnection space at the backup for those particular resources. That's a separate consideration. I'd be happy to talk a little bit about how those resources come into the market, but it's not happening specifically in the interconnection process. That process is much more narrow.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, this one's going to go back to transmission. It sounds like we have been kind of skirting around. We've got the asset condition stuff, which is existing transmission infrastructure that needs investment in order to continue to be viable. And then we have new transmission additions to the system that have to be evaluated in terms of whether they're needed and where they can come online and that sort of thing. So but there's a lot going on with transmission. And part of what this committee comes back to again and again is sort of how much cost can be anticipated coming, because transmission costs have been going up for a while. And what we're hearing is that there are a lot of investments in transmission being planned. And so the questions have been kind of dancing around costs and who's going to find them prudent. But one of the things I would like clarified is how the allotment for transmission costs gets made per state. Because my understanding is that it's based on the usage in the state and that our state uses about 10%. Like, could you speak to that a little bit so we have a better understanding? Because I don't think everybody knows how that part works.
Yeah, so if you go back to the beginning of the ISO and the original cost allocation for transmission, we went to FERC and got approval for a mechanism to recover the costs for these reliability projects across the region. So in New Hampshire, the Monadnock Area Reliability Project was one of those projects. Each state has some high voltage transmission that's been upgraded. Because New England is a small region and the utilities are sort of closely connected, we don't have like big gaps between loads in our region. It's a pretty small region. So the concept was the whole region benefits from having reliable transmission throughout that region. If one state said, we're not going to invest in transmission, then the whole region would be at risk. So the concept was you have to come up a way to share the costs. So you mentioned New Hampshire's share. We don't actually bill New Hampshire, the government, for the cost of the transmission. It's the utilities in New Hampshire that are allocated the cost. So if a New Hampshire project wholly within New Hampshire was $100 million for the project, you would pay what New Hampshire's share of total system demand is in a year is your allocation for that project. What that means is that another state like Massachusetts pays a lot more. They pay almost half of the cost of that project. But you also pay your share of projects in their state. So that mechanism has been in place for several decades. That's how we build transmission for reliability. It's a little bit different when we talk about the transmission for public policy and the RFP that we were talking about. The the states, NESCO in particular, negotiated how they're going to pay for that, but it's similar in concept to the transmission cost allocation for reliability.
Follow up.
So there's a usage component applied to what percentage?
Yes.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
It's actually in the overview presentation we gave at the beginning, so we can make sure those numbers are correct, and Brendan will follow up and point that out.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And going back to the oversight on the asset transmission projects, I just for my sake of clarification, I think you mentioned that the utilities are going to be paying a fee to have that oversight project undertaken. Is that correct?
I don't recall mentioning a fee for that. We are building the capability at the ISO, and we're bringing on some consulting support to help us do that evaluation.
But the utilities are not paying for that.
Yeah, they are paying indirectly because of the cost of the ISO, and our responsibilities are allocated back to them. But I don't have a.
Right. It's not a one-to-one.
It's not a one-to-one. I'd have to look at that to see if there's more clarity on the cost allocation for that.
Representative Corman has a question.
Our Department of Energy is actually doing a study now on New Hampshire withdrawing from ISO New England. So were that to happen, from your point of view, what would that entail? What would it mean for us to withdraw? And what would be the impact on what remains of ISO?
I can't believe it took this long. So you're referring to HB 690, and the state of New Hampshire itself, the government, is not a member of ISO New England. The state did not pass a law to join ISO New England. So we have a relationship with all of the states in forums like this, but you are not a member per se of the ISO. The members are the transmission owners in New England and the market participants who sign agreements with the ISO under FERC jurisdiction to turn over the operation of their assets to the regional grid operator. They still own them. They're operating those power plants, they're operating the transmission, but based on dispatch instructions from the ISO. So you can't leave something as a state that you are not a member of. So if you're talking about withdrawing, I think what you are maybe suggesting is that the utilities would no longer be part of a regional system. That system predates the ISO. So you're not really talking about withdrawing from ISO New England. You're talking about withdrawing from a larger network that the utilities in your state are part of. Now, you're not the first state that has explored this concept. Connecticut looked at this, Maine looked at this. Usually, the motivation for that study is cost allocation among the states. So a state does not want to pay for investments in another part of the region, and they thought this might be a way for us to sort of secede from having to be bearing those costs. In each of those cases, they realized that they would have to replicate all of the services of the ISO. That would not be cost effective. That was their determination. And they, at the end of the day, said the best thing that they could do is to advocate within the regional structure, work with the ISO, and advocate with the other states for what is in their own best interests. So when this bill came forward, I reached out to the chair and I said, if you want us to appear, if you have questions, we're happy to do that. But we did not lobby this bill for or against. This is a policy decision for you folks to make. So, the implications are you would have to figure out how to do that. There is not a blueprint for the concept that's embodied in that bill.
Since two of our state's biggest utilities are regional utilities that operate in other ISO New England states, the likelihood of them withdrawing just their New Hampshire membership in ISO New England would be pretty slim, wouldn't it?
I don't know how you would do that, candidly. So.
Okay, further questions? We have about 9 minutes left. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just a follow-on to that last question. The thing that always I have a question on is how would we get electricity if we were no longer participating in the transmission system?
I have that same question.
Right? I mean, because we didn't say that, but I mean, overtly, that's what technically would happen, right? Is that we would have to replicate all of the electricity that currently flows to us through the transmission system that ISO manages. If we weren't in the ISO, we wouldn't have that electricity, so we would have to replicate it all, right?
Yeah. You'd have to replicate the transmission. The generation that's
Right.
in New Hampshire is not your generation, it's merchant private capital. They are not selling to you. They are selling into the wholesale market, which might be into New England, but they might be selling to New York or New Brunswick as well. They're engaged in interstate commerce, and I think that's the reason FERC and the Federal Power Act said we're going to create an independent entity to oversee these interregional systems, and we were actually created as a regional transmission owner to provide that service to all the states here in the region.
Representative Schnettler has a question.
Maybe I haven't thought this question through well enough, but thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. Thank you for accepting it. We wouldn't per se, if we, in a static sense, we would have to replicate all of that electricity transmission. But if transmission were brought on over time in subregions or microgrids, then that would be one way to bring up transmission over an extended period of time to replicate what's currently in place for transmission. Is that a possibility or plausibility?
Well, there certainly are municipal systems embedded around New England, co-ops, we call them munis or publicly owned entities. So they are operating systems for their communities. They tend to be regulated by their town governments, not necessarily by the PUCs, but they are not islands. I think in all cases, they are interconnected to the transmission system, so they might use their own resources when that makes sense, but they're buying from the grid when that makes sense. So even in that model, you're not really separate from the regional grid. You're just tied into that network more at the local level.
Representative Bernardi.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you for entertaining this question. So I'm going back to the costs of the whole transmission upgrades as well as new transmission lines. So you look at your little chart here where you got 24 clusters. The great bulk of them are in southern New England. And if proportionately, and we have one in New Hampshire, so proportionately, if we're being tasked or our utilities are having the cost passed of all those to them at some defined rate, and our one little project is being asked to be paid for by them, it seems that the usage costs are out of sync. Are those usage costs being changed or modified to reflect that most of this electrification effort is happening down south, not here? And so those rates should be rethought?
I think you're talking about a concept that you raised over here earlier about how you pay for this. So I'm going to go back to the team and make sure we have some better insight on this. But when a resource wants to connect to the system, they pay the costs of the studies for those interconnections. Now, the ISO is providing that service. It's either our employees who are doing the work or consultants. But the costs of interconnections, you are not paying as a New Hampshire resident for the interconnection studies for a project in Massachusetts. The developers are paying for that. And I'll confirm that, but if you build transmission as a result of the interconnection costs, you are not paying for that. It is the interconnecting customer who's paying for that. And the study cost would be, small relative to the cost of the transmission or the asset itself. So you might look at this and say, well, we are only having one project studied and a bunch of other states have a lot of projects studied. I'm not sure that is is an indicator of sort of equity in how you're paying for all this, but I'm happy to go back and look into that further and follow up with you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to have to cut it off there. We have run out of time, but we want to thank you both for being here and making such a great presentation and taking our questions to help us understand this very complex world of regional transmission organizations. So appreciate you driving up here and making the effort to talk to us, and we'll look forward to seeing you again in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a 3-minute break while we wait for the Public Utilities Commission. Okay, let's get back in our seats so we can get started again, please. The next presentation before the committee will be from the State Public Utilities Commission. We have two of the commissioners here with us. Matter of fact, they're the only two commissioners at the moment. So ordinarily, there would be three commissioners, but today we have only two. So before I turn the floor over to the commissioners, I just want to alert everyone here that at 3 o'clock, we're going to take a 15-minute recess for a press conference that several members of the committee would like to participate in. So we will be doing that from 3 to 3:15. The commissioners have graciously agreed to take a break during that period and then come back to answer questions after 3:15. So with that, I'll turn it over to the commissioners to give us some opening remarks, and then we'll proceed from there.
Good afternoon, Chairman Vose, members of the committee, Madam Ranking Member. My name is Mark Delafano. I'm the interim chairman of the New Hampshire Public Utilities Commission. Sitting next to me is Commissioner Pradeep Chattopadhyay. He is my colleague on the commission. Presently, as Chairman Vose pointed out, we have only two commissioners on the commission. We are still waiting to hear from the governor's office on an appointment of a new commissioner who we are eager to meet and begin working with. We have not put together a very formal presentation today. Instead, what I thought we would do is kind of talk a little bit about what our ideas are around legislative expectations this year. We've submitted a letter of really some pre-filed testimony about it, things to think about. We don't address any very specific matters in it, but we do ask the committee, while hearing bills that may affect our statutory authority, structure, funding, et cetera, this year to consider the current composition of the commission, which is two commissioners. Hopefully we'll have a third, but we are far less staffed than we once were. So presently we're authorized for roughly 15 folks, and we have 13 working at the commission. Having two of those people not there is a real difference when one of them is a senior lawyer and the other one's a senior analyst. So we've had our staff pick up the yeoman task of essentially doing the work of one and a third person, those remaining. And so they've risen to it. I'm very, very proud of our staff. I'm proud of the work that they do. And I just hope I'm doing a decent job leading them while we're waiting for the governor's decision on who she wants to lead the commission going forward. With that in mind, I would just kind of premise all of our comments and maybe even some of your questions today with the idea that if you have a question about a pending docket before us, unfortunately, we cannot address those matters. And I know that sometimes folks are very eager to ask questions about that. We can't even entertain hypotheticals for the most part because they might betray a way that either myself or Commissioner Chattopadhyay might be thinking about a particular matter. So please try and keep those restrained. If one kind of pops up, we'll do what we can to point it out and respectfully let you know that we might not be able to answer it to your satisfaction. With that in mind, a couple of the things to think about for legislation this year. We are, in my opinion, I've inherited an agency that is significantly underfunded for what it needs to do. And I'm sure that folks hear that from every agency. But I'd like you guys to keep in mind that our agency, for starters, lost the vast majority of its staff when the split with the Department of Energy occurred. And so the folks that have been hired subsequent to that split, we have one lawyer who worked for the old commission, but other than that gentleman, everyone else is relatively new.
Utility regulation is a very lucrative legal practice, and folks who have the ability to work in the private sector doing it, do it. And so generally what that has resulted in is folks coming either from other state departments or from other maybe related areas and being trained to try to do the job of a utility analyst or a utility lawyer. Professions which take years of education and experience to do well. And so one of the areas that we would like the committee to think about is that we have a very, very small training budget. And I'll tell you, we do everything that we can to stretch those dollars as far as we can. For instance, Commissioner Chattopadhyay and myself, if there's training that we need, we pay for it ourselves. We even pay for our own travel to places so that we can keep the money that's available for our staff. It's a sacrifice, sure, but in my mind, it's more important to have people on staff that can get the job done and have the tools they need to do it than for me to, save $1,000. Now, that might sound flippant, but I mean, that's kind of the money we're talking about, anywhere between, $250 to $1,000 to go to an event where folks can get the kind of training they need and network with the folks from the other commissions and other state agencies around the country that are facing some of the exact same issues we are. And so I've actually learned an awful lot going out on my own dime to some of these things and meeting with some of my commissioner colleagues so that I could bring back some of their lessons learned to New Hampshire. Another issue that's kind of before us is that we have a few positions that could really benefit from reclassification. So I have a mix of classified and unclassified analysts and attorneys. The classified attorneys are currently in very low class jobs. And I'm probably not saying this correctly, but they're both attorney 2 jobs and they should really be attorney 4 jobs. And they're doing yeoman's work at the commission. Now, we also have these senior advisor roles, which are unclassified jobs. Well, someone who's been in the classified system for a long time is really not anxious to become an unclassified employee, and vice versa. So if I was able to advertise my unclassified positions to the outside world, then I would probably get somebody that would be real happy being an unclassified employee, but might think twice about being a classified one. So I think that the unique situation of the present, which is that we still have a hiring freeze and waivers have to be granted for advertising these different positions, has resulted in a situation where when I get folks who are in the classified system that might be interested in the senior advisor jobs, because they are the jobs that are advertised as being higher skilled, when they find out they're unclassified, and these are folks from other state agencies now, find out that they're unclassified, they're really not interested in them. Vice versa, if I was able to advertise those positions out, or even my 2 classified attorney 2 positions, chances are that with the attorney 2 positions, I wouldn't be able to hire someone with enough experience to replace the people that are currently working in those jobs. Accordingly, I think for those jobs, a reclassification might be in order. Of course, this requires money, and that's why I'm here talking to my oversight committee about that particular issue. Another thing to consider is that I was asked to write a number of fiscal notes. This was my first occasion doing that, as I haven't been in a leadership role at this level in a state agency in the past. And so given the few staff members we have, I actually did my best to write the fiscal notes to the best of my ability. And I noticed from some of the titles of some of the bills that they may create additional responsibilities for the commission. I would like you folks to kind of keep that in mind when you're hearing testimony on these bills, because none of them have additional positions for the commission in them. But in some cases, they ask to do things that the commission hasn't done since before deregulation in the mid-90s. And so being able to find, attract, retain those sorts of folks that can do that work, well, it's going to require us to be able to staff up a little bit to make it work. So with those matters in mind, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Chattopadhyay as he has a couple of slides at the back of the packet that you received that he'd like to walk through with all of you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for having me here. What I'm going to do is I will basically talk about something that I want to share here that is different from what was already mentioned. There are things that I can add to what was discussed already, but I'll try to stay focused on what I'm going to present here. So you have a couple of slides. That is something that I worked on, which is based on EIA.gov data. So it's actually public data. And what I wanted to show here is the first slide. Let me know when everybody, yes.
I think we're talking about this slide first.
This one, yeah.
Some of the packets had the slides and some of them didn't. But I think has everybody got access to a slide now?
Yes.
I can
Okay,
give mine to whoever needs it.
we're all set. Thank you.
So simply tracking what's going on in New England in terms of electric residential prices. And this shows that sometime in September 2022, the red line, I deliberately bolded it, it's New Hampshire, and we were higher than everybody else. And then there were things that the commission did. One of them was in terms of going for, rather than 100% procurement through RFP, we let the utilities go partly to the market, to the spot market directly, and that meant 50-50. Ultimately, that's where it is right now, and but all of that may have contributed to the red line slowly going down, and you have to look at the last one, which is lower than the red line. That's Vermont, which is a non-divested state, so it's not really a apples to apples comparison with Vermont. The other point I will make is if you look at this other slide, the second slide, again using the same data, but then using some subjectivity in terms of getting a price index, again through BLS.gov. I looked at what's going on in Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Vermont, and I'm comparing the price in October 2025 with the price in September 2022. And you can see in real terms, the New Hampshire prices have gone down, okay? Now you might be thinking, why am I saying all of this? Where am I going? Don't assume that affordability is not an issue. It's a major issue. But I wanted to first give you the context as to what the data tells us right now. In my role as one of the 10 commissioners in a FERC state collaborative, which is a national, it's a NARUC initiative, and I've been part of it for 2 years now. The states are really concerned about affordability, okay? All the states. And I can, few things that states are wondering about. One is whether we can manage, for example, the way New Hampshire did the RFPs, okay? That's just one part of it, but most of them are really focused on transmission. And what's going on, maybe it was talked about in the ISO New England presentations, but there are some governance issues, RTO governance issues that are popping up in terms of the states being better able to represent their interest in terms of the ratepayers' interest, okay? And that is something that all of the states are now wondering about how to do it. That's one piece. I talked about transmission costs. There's the asset condition issue that a lot of states are talking about, meaning there are projects being done that are basically blessed by FERC right away, and there's a lot of money going into it, so the ratepayers have to bear the burden, and so the states are now wondering how to deal with that issue as well. The other issue is, of course, data centers, and it's happening everywhere in the Midwest a lot. We haven't seen it in New England much yet. States are really bothered about it. What I would say, even though it may not end up happening here, keep in mind, investors, they compete for scarce resources. What it might happen is ultimately it's going to matter for New Hampshire ratepayers as well. So I just wanted to basically start off with that. So and then I'm open for questions.
If I could just ask or make a few more remarks. So we've talked a lot about what's going on with electricity prices. We've also spoken about some of the challenges that we're facing from a financial standpoint at the commission and the work that we do. But I think I want to talk about a few positive things that I think really bodes well for New Hampshire. So both Commissioner Chattopadhyay and myself, as he suggested, we are very involved with different NARUC committees that are organized to get commissioners and policymakers talking about different problems that are facing the country. So I am on two committees at NARUC. I'm on the Energy, Resources, and Environment Committee, which focuses on all energy resources, but also their impact on the environment and how to mitigate environmental impacts. I'm also on the Nuclear Energy Committee, which is a subcommittee of the Electricity Committee, but has over the last year received and been working on a number of very interesting initiatives that we're trying to keep our fingers on the pulse of, so that we can bring that information back here to New Hampshire and help all of you folks make good decisions around that stuff. Other organizations that we're involved with the New England Council of Public Utilities Commissioners. NECPUC is the abbreviation for it. That is a group that was put together in 1947 by all 6 of the New England states. And the commissioners from the 6 states meet at least quarterly to discuss issues that are facing the entire region. And so there have been some changes in the composition of, in particular, the Massachusetts DPU, as well as the Connecticut Commission. And so getting to know those folks and hearing about the issues that their states are facing has been very enlightening. The other thing is that sometimes they ask us questions as all of the above state. Well, how are you guys thinking about this? What are your legislators thinking about that? Do you guys mind asking ISO New England to do something because we can't? Those are the kinds of relationships that we've been able to start forming with folks in these other states. Because, I speaking for myself, but I think Commissioner Chattopadhyay would agree with me, that when you're in a small RTO like this, New England's really a small region. There are RTOs in a part of some other states that would, that outserve New England. And so we're all facing very similar challenges. We have different ways of trying to figure it out. In fact, 6 different ways of trying to figure it out. But we're all learning lessons and making mistakes that we can learn from each other regarding. And so our participation in those kinds of things was somewhat not very popular under my predecessors, not just one, but multiple. And so I've really tried hard to encourage folks to get involved, to talk to some of the folks in the other regions about problems that they're running into. And they've approached us about different things. For instance, our proxy price methodology for how we determine default service rates. some of the other states are very interested in why our rates are far lower than theirs, and they're starting to take a hard look at it. So those are the kinds of things that I think that we're trying to do. As far as some of the other regional policy matters, the Department of Energy, that's in their kind of wheelhouse. And so anything that involves NESCO, you folks should really kind of save those questions for the Department of Energy, because we're not involved with NESCO. We don't have a seat on it, and that's really, their bailiwick, and we're happy that it is their bailiwick, because they have more resources than we do to actually support that effort. Anything else, Pretty, you want to mention?
No, I think just one additional point. I mean, this collaboration with NECPUC states, the 6 states here, that same issue, meaning you can actually learn from other states. And the other states are also the other 44 states. So even in the NARUC arena, it's important that we participate a lot more so that we can learn from others and they can also learn from us. And there are sometimes we get surprised. Oh, you're doing this. How did you do that? So it's like, we should be encouraging that.
And, in that regard, I'm going to conclude with one last point. I'm sorry, Representative Thomas. One last point is that, there are articles that were written, by regulators and professors back around the turn of the century, this century. In particular, one I can think of by Dr. Beecher, who's now a commissioner in Connecticut, that actually praised the New Hampshire Public Utility Commission and its ethical standards, the way that it made decisions. There are a number of NARUC publications that still cite to work that former New Hampshire PUC commissioners or their staff did in support of those publications. So if I could just add a little bit to Commissioner Chattopadhyay's last point, is that, folks have always kind of seen us as a leader in a few different ways. And over the last few years, we've been a little bit more in the passenger seat. And so, while we're committed to driving in our own lane, we are willing to work with folks in other states to try to come up with solutions that help everybody. And so with that, I have nothing further. If Pradeep has nothing further, then we're happy to entertain any questions from the committee.
I think we have quite a few questions for you, and we appreciate you being here to answer them, but we are going to take a 15-minute break so that members can participate in a press conference. And the subject of the press conference will actually be explored in a little more detail tonight at a presentation at the New Hampshire Institute of Politics. And it will also be explored tomorrow at 1 o'clock when we hear House Bill 1723. Is that the number? Which is about this subject. So if you'd like, we'd welcome you to check in on the press conference, or just take a few minutes to relax, and we'll be back at 3:15 to ask you some questions. And the press conference is first floor lobby. So we are going to take a pause from now until 3:15. Okay, I want to thank the commissioners from the Public Utilities Commission for indulging us while we took a brief break to have a news conference about the dangers of EMP, both natural and man-made, and what we can do to our grid to harden it. If you want to learn more about it, there's a program tonight at the New Hampshire Institute of Politics at St. Anselm's College. I believe it starts at 6:30. And you can learn a lot more about the details of such an event, and also learn about House Bill 1723, which will be introduced tomorrow, which requires the utilities to look into what it would take to harden the grid. So now we'll resume our activity with the Public Service Commission, Public Utilities Commission rather, and open the floor to questions. And I'll recognize Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is regarding, and I wasn't here for most of the presentation, but from what I was here for when you were talking about this slide, you said, and I quote, "It's going to matter with regard to data centers coming into New Hampshire and New England." What do you mean it's going to matter? Does that mean that it's going to raise rates? It's going to increase capacity? It's going to increase demand? What did you mean by that?
Can hear me, right? Okay. So let me try again. Whenever there is the premise is that there is going to be data centers that are going to create a lot of load, which means that has to be served somehow, whether it's through like the big players doing it themselves, or it's through the traditional regulatory setup that we have interplay with that. It has to happen. That's where we end up going. My point was simply that even if we don't have data centers here, the fact remains that resources are scarce, and in terms of capital being, looked for, there'll be competition. And what it means is what we want to do here, the cost of capital will go up here. That's what I meant. There might be other impacts. I haven't thought through it fully.
Thank you very much.
Okay, additional questions for the commissioners? I have one. You spoke in your introductory remarks about the fact that legislation this year may affect the commission's structure, jurisdiction, authority, duties, oversight, funding, or responsibilities. And you specifically mentioned that you are currently down 2 members of your staff. And could you elaborate a little bit more on that? Are you having difficulty finding folks to fill those staff positions because of the salary structure, or is it just because there were so few of those folks around, or what exactly is the staffing problem, and is there anything we can do to help you?
Thank you for the question, and I appreciate the sentiment. So what we're kind of finding is that for these jobs that have been posted internally within the state, we have gotten a couple of folks, but some of the challenges that we faced were folks who didn't want to leave the classified system to take on an unclassified position. That was one of the issues. And so, I mean, money really didn't come up. It had more to do with, well, under the classified system, folks have a certain level of protection, and I'm no expert on the classified system, so please just take this is what the sentiment that I receive from these employees. And that under the unclassified system, they wouldn't have those same protections. And so they were somewhat nervous about the idea of moving from a classified to an unclassified role. As far as the classified positions that we have, we did advertise for one Attorney 2 position, but we only received one candidate internally from the state on it, and that person didn't have, at least in my opinion, an adequate level of experience to really kind of hit the ground running at the commission. And because we don't have training staff, we have a very small training budget. That would mean Commissioner Chattopadhyay and myself probably working with that person on a daily basis to train them. And at this point, he and I are very involved with many of the day-to-day activities at the commission. So I'll tell you, the folks are definitely getting your money's worth with me and Commissioner Chattopadhyay, because I am probably I'm there very early in the morning, and I don't leave until well after 6 o'clock. And so, and my wife isn't that thrilled about it. So I'll put that out there as well. But the simple fact is that this is important work. I look at this as, we have to do everything we can to serve the public interest. And if that requires us to, maybe put our hands in our pockets occasionally or work a few extra hours, in my mind, it's part of the obligation that I agreed to take. And so I'm happy to do it. But for folks who are maybe in a different situation than I am, it might not be appropriate to ask them to do the same sorts of things. So I think that what you folks can do to help us out is that if you're looking at some bills that do affect our authority, or give us additional responsibilities, please just realize that we are short on staff and that we're going to need additional positions probably to handle some of those responsibilities. Did that answer your question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, thank you. Do you have any idea what's involved in changing an unclassified position into a classified position?
I would prefer not to do that. And I'm going to tell you why, because when I can advertise those positions externally, then I'm expecting to get more folks that might be interested. So this is really only a problem given our current situation with the hiring freeze and the waiver process that we have. I have not received a waiver yet from, at least HRSU has not told me whether I've received a waiver yet from the governor's office on external placement of my positions. But I have been working with them, and I have had some discussions with them about some of these issues. And in some cases, they've come up with some really great suggestions. In others, I think that, the market is demanding people with these skill sets. And if folks are looking to leave state government, like someone maybe from our office or the Department of Energy to go into private practice or go work for a consulting company or an engineering company, they're finding a lot of positions to potentially apply to. And so folks that we've been seeing haven't really been coming from the Department of Energy. They've been coming from some of the other agencies, and they don't always have compatible skills. But we're willing to work with whoever we can, find some potential with.
I'm just going to share a little bit how I look at it personally. Of course, I've been working as a utility analyst before, so I have a lot of history with PUC. So I can say something, which is when PUC was split, and we have what we have right now, one thing is quite noticeable, which is when the folks who were there initially, they left for whatever reasons. People aren't that excited coming to PUC, either because of the issue with classified versus unclassified, or otherwise. So what that's doing is, because we are small anyway, and it's really it's hard to get the work done, because we have very few people. And those who were there, they were very helpful because they had the knowledge. All of a sudden, we are in a situation where we are in the business of creating the skill sets again. Okay, that is what I also see as a problem. So one way to look at it is that if we had a little bit of slack, then we may not have been in this situation. So we're very tight. Thank you.
And so I probably should have mentioned this earlier, but I was hesitant to do it. You know, one of the other challenges that we have, especially when it comes to the unclassified positions, is that presently the way that the commission's structured, all of the staff report to the chair. With that chairman unknown at this point, you know, there are folks that, you know, are a bit hesitant to maybe join an agency where they don't know who their ultimate boss is going to be. And so, especially for folks who have already worked at the state and who might be considering coming from a classified into an unclassified. So I've had at least one candidate say to me that that was a real concern of theirs.
So if I'm understanding the situation correctly, because of the governor's hiring freeze, the only people you could consider are people who would move from another state agency to your agency? You can't consider outside people at this point?
As far as I'm aware, we haven't received a waiver to post those positions externally yet. So I would say that right now we are limited to folks who are current state employees and who might want to make a change into something different.
Okay, thank you. Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, and thank you for taking this question. I might be mistaken, but my understanding is that you're now going to be looking at some aspects of performance-based rate making. I don't know if that's true. If it is true, can you speak to it at all?
Well, so we have a docket that's still pending appeal, so we can't really talk too much about it. What I can say, though, is that we are going to open an investigative docket into incentive-based rate making, whether it's performance or other incentives. And so, you know, we're going to take a hard look at, you know, whether or not that's, you know, right for New Hampshire and how we could structure a framework working with our utility and Department of Energy partners to, you know, make something work that makes sense. Of course, there's always things the legislature could do to influence or inform our abilities or the kind of docket we should or shouldn't open. But I'll leave that to the wisdom of the legislature to determine.
Additional questions for the commissioners? Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, gentlemen. It sounds pretty dire to me, what you're describing. You know, you coming to the legislature and telling us how bad the situation is in the commission. And so my question is this going to impact on your ability to complete some of the dockets that you have in the short term? And how can we help you?
So I think to your first question, how is this going to impact the dockets? As little as I am able to allow it. So what that means is that we're going to do what we can to, with the resources we have, to address the dockets that are before us and, you know, get it right more often than we get it wrong. And so that's really kind of the commitment that the commission really has, is that we're going to work with the resources that we have to try and get the best decisions out to folks as we can get. In terms of what you can do to help, I think that, you know, taking a hard look at the legislation that's coming before you, there might be instances where I might come to you folks and testify about something regarding a particular bill that, you know, maybe we see it as an opportunity that if it's, you know, seriously being considered, that it might be the right time to try and, you know, offer a small amendment to, you know, add an additional role at the commission to deal with the responsibilities that might create. Those are the sorts of things I think that the legislature can really do to help us. The other thing is, and we do talk a little bit about it in our pre-filed testimony, is that, you know, the commission is really, we're an independent agency compared to some of the other state agencies. That's not to disparage any other state agency, but our marching orders come directly from the legislature. Making rates and regulating the economic aspects of utilities is a legislative function. So when we do it, we use the quasi-legislative authority that the legislature has delegated to the commission to actually get that job done. And so, if there are things that the legislature wants to see, if there are things that the legislature wants to do at the commission, the legislature should be thinking and talking about those kinds of things and looking at us as a source of potential education. So myself and Commissioner Chattopadhyay are very happy to come in and not take a position on any bill, but be available to answer questions or maybe inform the committee or other committees as to, whether or not, we have the skills or the ability to do some of the things that are being talked about. And if not, we can tell you what we might need to get it done. So I think that those are the kinds of things at this point that this committee and the legislature as a whole can kind of think about in terms of how to help us. I'm not sure if I answered your question, but.
Representative McGee has a question, but before I recognize you, Representative, I just want to share with you the harsh reality that House and Senate leadership have spoken about the fact that there probably won't be any budget surplus this year. Therefore, any bills that have a -FN, a fiscal note, probably are not going to be favorably viewed by the legislature because there just isn't any money. And I notice a couple of the bills that we'll be hearing have fiscal notes from the PUC as well as other agencies like the DOE. Asking for money is probably not going to go too far this year. So if you can think of other ways to address these issues, please don't hesitate to share that with us. Representative McGee.
Could I respond to that just very quickly?
Sure.
If you don't mind, sir. So a couple of things. One, we haven't asked any legislator to sponsor any bills for us this year, recognizing the fact that the budget in this state is quite dire and that there isn't any money available. I will, though, suggest that our source of money is somewhat different than most of the other state agencies. So the way the Public Utilities Commission is funded is really through utility assessments that are assessed against the utilities. Now, this is a chicken and egg problem. The regulation that you're going to get is only as good as what you put into it. And so, so if there are bills that are, very much popular with the legislature, and they do require, our ability to, meet certain responsibilities, I just suggest that there are ways for us to fund positions that don't come from the general fund, and that would primarily be through that utility assessment vehicle. There may be also other grants and such that the Department of Energy can work with us on to obtain from the federal government or maybe other sources. But there are ways and means, not to try to be too funny, to try and make sure that we have what we need to do the best job we can.
Representative McGee.
Mr. Chairman, nice to see you again. So my question's a little more meat and potatoes, and I thought it would be of benefit to the committee to talk about. I think there was a modification to the Eversource rate case recently that happened sort of after the initial rate case. So there were some modifications to the order I think it was about the future increases being automatic, or I just wonder if you could just say where that rate case landed, like what the decisions were coming out of that case? No?
Well, it would be very difficult for us to address that question. Not that we don't want to. It's difficult because that decision is within the appeal window.
Oh, it's an appeal. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
that's
it's
fine.
not. No one has filed an appeal yet, but it's within the appeal window.
I
So
see.
it would be inappropriate. It's not. So in
Yeah,
other words,
that's
it's not final. So until it's final, we shouldn't speak about it. But the answer to your question is in the order.
That order will be final on January 30th.
I think that's correct. Yes.
Okay. Further questions? Representative Corman.
Thank you again. You might recall last year I sponsored a bill that tried to clarify the responsibilities of the PUC and the Department of Energy. And in fact, the PUC had concerns about the bill, to say the least. So I'm wondering if you can speak to your responsibilities once you've issued a ruling or closed a docket. What sort of follow-up responsibilities does the PUC have, if any?
And that's a very good question. It depends on the docket, and it depends on the matter before the commission. So some of these orders have, a lifespan associated with them. And so at any time, the commission could revisit a prior order by noticing a hearing and bringing folks in. So, there's that aspect of it, that our orders can be modified, which is very different than most other state administrative agencies. Once they make an order, that's it. But in terms of ones that have active management, there are several reconciliation mechanisms that the commission hears or conducts hearings on an annual basis that deal with prior rate orders. So a rate order, so the Eversource decision is a type of rate order. So let's think about a decision before that. So if there was a decision in 2017 that for whatever reason is still kind of hanging out there because there's a reporting requirement to the PUC, we would still receive reports on that. And if there's a reconciliation mechanism associated with it, we may have actually annual proceedings to deal with that reconciliation mechanism. So nothing is, unlike civil court where, if you bring a breach of contract case, it's over once the judge hits the gavel, and if no one appeals it, that's it. With some of our cases, they actually have a life that continues. I'll give you another example. So the statewide data platform, we had a hearing last week on that matter. That's been pending for 7 years. In fact, I made sure that I offered to everybody in the room that I would consider motions for recusal, because when the first hearing for that occurred, I was an attorney representing a client, and I appeared there for that. Now, that client never intervened and never participated in that proceeding, but one of my staff had to remind me that I had made an appearance in that case. And so some of these things do have long lives associated with them and very long and distinguished records. And so, as we bring new people in, some of these people don't have that institutional knowledge. And I can tell you that going through almost 300 items on a docket, which I've done frequently, is generally not as interesting to folks that aren't sweating whether or not my oversight committee is going to ask me hard questions about things. So that's sort of where we are on that. I can't really speak more about specific instances because I want to make sure I don't cross the line.
Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This past summer, I received a statement, actually a couple of statements from Eversource indicating that my electric bill was going to go up. And the bill indicated, the number of dollars and cents per month. But when I looked at it in detail, it was basically a 20% increase in the transmission and delivery rate. Does your graph that you provide for residential electric prices include the rate increase that we saw this past summer?
This is EIA.gov data, and the data is on residential electric prices, cents per kilowatt hour. So that data, EIA.gov, they actually are capturing what residential ratepayers are paying per kilowatt hour. And so it's supposed to be inclusive of everything: supply, transmission, distribution.
Okay, so a follow-up then? Then we're depending upon the assumption that the EIA.gov and BLS.gov data were updated with that latest increase because it hit late in the summer and may not have made it into this database, is my guess. At any rate, you've answered the question. Thank you very much.
Could I follow up very quickly? I'm sorry. I want you guys to have as much information as possible. So that's what you're seeing over here with me. Just so that you're aware, and you may be, but I just want to make sure that it's clear. Transmission rates are not something that we regulate. So transmission rates are regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. We only regulate distribution rates. And so your cost of electricity is a composite of a number of different items. And the ones that we actually have influence over are those that are tied specifically to the distribution company, not to the transmission companies or really to the energy suppliers.
Go ahead, Representative Swanson.
So I guess this simply says residential energy prices. And whether it's transmission or production or whatever, it's a little unclear. So, and that was the thrust of the question. Whether you regulate it or not was kind of beside the point. It was just the data source. But thank you.
Representative Corman.
Yeah, thank you. Just to follow up on Representative Swanson's questions, two questions. One is you just said that energy is not included in what you're regulating. Isn't default service rate something that you're regulating?
We do regulate the default service rate, but we don't really regulate how much the rate is. What we regulate is the procurement process. So how the utilities go out and solicit or, fill through self-supply electricity demand that they're required to supply, through statutory default service. So we're not sitting in the background saying, well, gee whiz, when we add another quarter to this. Our job is more to, hear what the utility has done and to determine whether or not that is appropriate under the statutory and regulatory schemes that we have, and results in just and reasonable rates. And so that's where kind of we come in. But if someone decides to use a competitive supplier or a community aggregator, for instance, those two instances, we have very little insight into either of those. I hope that answers your question, Representative.
Follow up. And also, the information you gave us in this chart does not include the fixed customer charge, I would assume.
And it should include the, because this is a composite number for each of the states, as EIA.gov views it.
So all these customer charges for a state are aggregated together and then divided by the number of kilowatt hours?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I may, just going back to the previous point, I was wondering about the supply question. Really, the way to view that is that we could impact it through the procurement process. So, but we cannot dictate what the supply rate is going to be otherwise. And there are competitive suppliers, there's community power aggregators, they can set whatever the rates are. But as far as default service procurement is concerned, there is some leeway for us to make sure that the procurement is right, and which by definition means it might have impact on rates.
Vice Chair Thomas has a question. Oh, sorry, Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. My question is kind of a follow-on to that, which is you mentioned earlier that utilities became allowed to procure up to 50% on the spot market, which I think is not a behavior that was encouraged or allowed before. And so I'm curious what you think that's done to the competitive market in the state, if that is something that you think will assist in lowering prices. If you mentioned that you thought that maybe that was something that had helped lower prices, but do we have any evidence of how that's working in terms of the competitive suppliers? Because I think we want competition, right? We don't want to just... Go ahead.
Clearly, I don't have the data to tell you that we have evidence for it. But I can, as an economist, I can tell you what you're thinking sort of makes sense, because if the default service is lower because of whatever procurement process is out there, ultimately the other competitors, whether they want it or not, default service tends to work like a benchmark, and it kind of makes them wonder about how to sell my product, okay? And it will have an impact. But this is just, I can't talk about it, with supporting evidence per se.
If I could address your question just very, very briefly, I think one of the things to think about is that when a competitive supplier supplies power, they are at risk for all of their business expenses. With utility default service, the utility isn't per se at risk in the same way, because the utility can recover, its prudent expenses of procuring and supplying default service. So there is a bit of a difference there. And so to answer your question fully, there have been some folks that have argued that it's hard to compete against default service because it creates a situation where the utility can get all its expenses, but other folks have to rely on market economics to do it.
Chair Thomas.
Mr. Chair, I have a clarification question because I keep hearing the term just and reasonable. So if you rule that a request is just and reasonable, does that mean that you have determined that the processes that have been presented before you are the absolute lowest cost that represents just and reasonable? Or if they're not, do you have a leeway? And if they're not, is it no longer just and reasonable?
So the just and reasonable standard is an interesting one, because it's very easy to say, but in some cases it's very hard for folks to understand. And so in New Hampshire, our Supreme Court has kind of held that there are two types of just and reasonable standards. There's the just and reasonable standard that the legislature creates by statute, and then there's this constitutional just and reasonable standard, whereby rates have to fall within a zone of reasonableness. And so that zone of reasonableness exists in a place where rates can't be so low as to expropriate the assets of the regulated utilities, but they can't be high enough to cause folks to have to pay more than what they would if this were a free and competitive market. They can't be exploited, in other words. In the statutory scheme, the way that just and reasonable rates are kind of calculated is that, or at least described, is that they need to allow a utility to recover its costs of doing business plus a reasonable rate of return. And that rate of return is based on, what an investor could obtain for their money in a similar investment with similar risk characteristics in a similar part of the country. And so this is part of the reason why when we do rate cases, there's an entire couple of days spent on things like rate of return, depreciation, rate base, because from those kind of inputs, we figure out, where things are and where they're supposed to go. Now, when we say just and reasonable rates, those are the rates that we find that are just and reasonable based on the legal and constitutional standards that we need to consider when arriving at that decision. And to address your point directly, that has to do with whether or not we can find them, or the kind of rates that we find are just and reasonable is all dependent on the presentation that we receive. And so if the parties are coming forward with good data, good information, and they are trying to get to the best result, based on their individual needs, then we're going to be more likely to find a just and reasonable rate that everybody else thinks is just and reasonable. But if utilities are hiding the ball, which I'm telling you that I'm not aware of any utility in New Hampshire hiding the ball, or we're getting substandard evidence or expert opinions from some of the other folks in the room, then it makes our job far harder. And part of the reason why the Public Utilities Commission had staff in the past was to make sure that the information that came in could be interpreted, and in some cases, because not every commissioner has the kind of experience that Commissioner Chattopadhyay and myself have, that the staff could really explain to the commissioner exactly what they were looking at and what that evidence said. So I would say that it's a spectrum. It's something that we work very hard to try and get right. And when we don't get it right, we are very hopeful that the participants in our cases will move for rehearing. And if we don't agree with them, that the Supreme Court will get it right. But we work very hard to try and get rates to be just and reasonable. And so, and I think that that's the commitment that folks like ourselves can give you, because we are trying to work in the public interest. We don't have any kind of horse in those races. We are just trying to get it right.
Thank you for the follow-on. Again, just for me to understand what your authority is or what your capability is, if you were to decide that what came in as request was to be lower than what they were asking for, are you able to adjust that directly in a lower rate, or can you also adjust it in terms of a lower rate of return?
Do you want to try and answer that? I've been doing a lot of talking.
I think I was going to respond to your first question, and what you just asked is also tied to that. So let me try something here. This is again going back to maybe 2014. I was an analyst, and often the utilities will make a case before the commission. I wasn't a commissioner there, so just sharing that experience. The utility will make the case that this is not the lowest cost, but this is the best cost approach. There's that terminology there too. What does that mean? It means that there are other criteria that you need to look at, and in their opinion, this fits into the best cost approach, and that is according to them, the just and reasonable thing to do. And yeah, I mean, the commission actually ended up taking that testimony and then so that's always used. It's not always that it's a minimum cost. There are other things that you have to look at. There are other metrics. And the commission may decide, looking at all of them, I think alternative A as opposed to B, okay, though B is costlier, A is not what we will go for. B is the right approach, because they're also looking at the long run, what it means. So that's how it goes. So in terms of return on equity, that is generally set for the distribution, rates, and that rate, the return on equity, remains and it's applied on the capital that they're investing. So, I mean, it's kind of it's not directly tied to the question of what's the minimum cost.
All right, so
That might be a way to think about it.
based on what you gentlemen said earlier, you may still have 2 hours of work left to do today. So I think we should wrap this up so you can get back to your office. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you for your candid comments and your answers to our questions. We appreciate it, and we'll look forward to seeing you later in the year if there's a bill that you might like to come and testify on.
Thank
So-
you, Mr. Chair.
Let us wrap up our activity for today. I'll remind everyone that we're due back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. for a presentation by the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, who will discuss RGGI and air quality issues in general, and be available to answer your questions from 10 until noon. We'll break similarly to today at noontime, and then at 1 o'clock, we will begin hearing our first bills for 2026. The very first bill will be HB 1723 as submitted by Representative Mattson, and it will be about the subject of the press conference we held earlier. And then we have three other bills to hear after that about geoengineering and contrails and matters of that nature. So it'll be a busy day tomorrow. I'll look forward to seeing you all then, and have a pleasant evening.